my share of change and weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Challenge Group Stage. And we have 4 more best of 3s coming up today, and we are eliminating 2 more teams from the lower bracket before we even consider LCQ. My name is Husky, alongside with LaFell today to bring you guys 4 amazing series.
Hey, let me just tell you, Husky, man, I haven't casted for a long while. All this while, I've just been watching, you know, Stafa doing his thing. So I'm actually very excited that I get to be here today, getting to watch the games, and actually getting paid for it. You know, it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. 2 teams will be eliminated, but other than that, it's gonna be a good day.
It's gonna be a good day because we will see 2 teams qualify for challenge finals. Your boy is playing. Both Malaysian teams are playing. It's going to be a high stakes day, but I'm pretty sure it will be super interesting because we already had RRQ Hoshi making it to challenge finals. We got Onyx Philippines who are already there waiting. Now we are looking for 2 more from the challenge station.
Yeah, surprise that those 2 teams get to make it through. You mentioned about homeboys playing today, and I gotta tell you, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous because I predicted that they'll be one of the teams that is able to go through to the next stage, so that we'll be seeing them play in Johor. But at this point, I don't know about it.
Yeah, at the cost of elimination, right? Having to play Team Flash Cambodia. But of course, this is the Group C bracket so far. We got EVOS Holy and TLID winning their first series. And afterwards, now they will be facing off against each other for the qualification series. And then we have Homeboys against Team Flash KH down at the bottom. Loser goes home. Winner will have to play another best of 3s before even having a chance to qualify for the LCQ. Overall, I think... I'm going to call it right now. TLID is going to make it. Anyone looking at the bracket probably would agree with me. So, TLID all the way.
I'm actually with you on that one. Like, it's very difficult to go against TLID, especially when we're looking at the Snapdragon Pro Series here. And looks like the teams that played well before are still playing well. So... the good thing is, even though there was a patch after M6, it doesn't really look like it affected the teams that much. Sure, the meta changed just a little bit, but in terms of how they play or their performance, honestly looking still the same. So TLID is still definitely the favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, both Onyx Philippines and TLID, the champion and runner-up of M6, came from the Open Finals, and one of them is already in Challenge Finals. But for Group D, we had Bigatron Alpha up against AI, and then Aurora against Todak in the first phase. So Bigatron Alpha and Aurora won their respective series, and today they will be duking it out to see who gets the last lot to directly qualify for Challenge Finals. Whereas for AI Esports and Todak, once more, we'll duke it out in the lower bracket to live another day to have a chance to compete for LCQ.
I feel like this one is a little bit harder to predict, and I kind of feel like you're with me on this one, especially for Toda going up against AI. AI actually looks very, very strong, and Toda look like, we know that they have the capability to do it, but when we're talking about Toda, it's all about the toss-up. BTR against Aurora, though, Aurora has been looking very, very solid. Not saying that BTR is not looking good, but between those two, Aurora definitely looks like they have things figured out.
Yeah, I think Aurora has a lot of scores to settle. One of it primarily, I think, is with Team Liquid ID. They did mention, I think Renner J mentioned that they will never, Liquid ID will never win against them from this point onwards. So we'll see if that is going to be the case, right? First, they have to both make the challenge finals first for there to be even be a chance for them to even meet. But I agree. I think Toda against AI, I don't know who to put my money on. Obviously, I'm with Todak, but seeing how they are not playing with their strongest version of roster that we saw during MPL playoffs, I need to reserve some of my judgments and see how this plays out today.
Here's the thing, Husky, you don't know where to put your money on, either AI or Toda. Instead, use it smartly. Or people say wisely. Buy the limited tickets here, available from 5 ringgit. Heck, you know what, Husky? You know how we talent sometimes we get free tickets, right?
Yeah.
My brother bought it for himself. My brother bought one for himself. Like, even my own family. I don't know if that speaks bad about me, but my own family bought with their own money. So I don't know. Either it's good that they're supporting, or I'm bad not providing. I have a moral dilemma here.
I mean, it's limited tickets for a reason, right? You can't just we might get some, but we don't get all of it. I've been trying to tell our friends from the Causeway to just drop by. It's less than $2. There's no excuse to not come by here. If they don't come by, that's why. No, I can't go further with this. I feel like Moman is watching, and I don't want him to clip me. I don't want him to put me on blast. I'm just gonna leave it at there and take a look at today's schedule instead. Again, for those who are not sure what matches we have, 4 best of 3s, starting with the upper bracket. Group C, EVOS Holy against TLID. Group D, BTR Alpha against Aurora. And then we head to the lower bracket for Group C between Homeboys and Team Flash KH. Group D will be AI Esports against Todak.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the matches coming in for today, I feel like as hype as the qualifying matches going to the finals is great, but maybe it's just because I'm Malaysian, but I'm really looking at the lower brackets here, because the elimination matches, I feel like that's where we have an opportunity to see something a little bit more crazy, because whenever we're looking at the low brackets, it's a fight where you don't have the luxury to really hide anything.
Yeah, and I think on top of that is also we got a taste of what Homeboys were capable of a few days ago, and I'm really liking this version of Homeboys, right? Adding Escalera, having Go just loaned over, they had a lot of promises. They did drop their series, which was unfortunate. I feel like there are some elements they need to iron out, but overall it is definitely better than what a lot of people expected, and I want to see how they face off against Team Flash KH today. But we also want to talk about the Roamer Strike Force, especially this one moment that we witnessed, right? So many of these plays were set up by just great roamers. Escalera, for example, having his moments too against EVOS Holy.
Yeah, personally for me, even though Escalera had his moments, I really want to see a little bit more coming in from him, because again, going up against like one of the best teams in the world, you kind of have to step up, and I feel like Homeboys, for them to elevate a little bit more, Escalera really has to step up. And we even saw a play coming in from Pamela. Like, I don't know who that dude is, but he plays like a total veteran. He looks so strong.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, eventually he's going to come out of the dark and into the light, and hopefully by then we will find out who that guy is. I know there are a lot of people making speculations, like Mirko is one of them. We got AI Esports as well, Black, who has just been phenomenal with his Tigreal play, really earning the respect of Bigatron Alpha themselves when they went up against each other in that full best of 3.
Yeah, something to note is that a lot of roamers now, they're either the catch or the setup. And that's where we see like the teams really going for it. And honestly, it is because it is the assassin meta. We're really going away from this support healing type of compositions, which I don't know about you, Husky, but I kind of do miss it a little bit. But yeah, it's exciting to see roamers actually using playmakers.
Yeah, I personally am a player that I like to start fights, right? Like I like to start problems. So Enchanter supports have always been my biggest weakness, and that's why in a meta where people have roamers that are generally good at starting fights, is something that I personally like to watch. But I wouldn't put it past it, right? I just play with a Rafaela, and it made me miss how Enchanter supports, what they bring to the table every now and then.
Yeah, because right now it really does feel like if it's not Matilda, you really don't have other options. Though I do have to say that Florian might be something that we can consider, especially going up against high burst assassins. In the early game, you can't do anything, but once you have your items, it's possible.
I think it's one of the few heroes that you have been really putting a lot of highlight on. Let's do a daily check-in for the previous 2 days. We got Rin's highest KDA ratio so far, 54.0. They got Erlan with 30, Aran with 22. Most kills in the tournament so far, MP, the King, and James Punks both with 31. Fastest game so far is RQ Hoshi versus Alter Ego. Match 3 game 1, 10 minutes and 42 seconds.
This KDA is not real, Husky. What the hell? 54? I know people that is not even that age. Although to be fair, KDA is but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
They didn't even hit 54 during MPIMY. I don't think so, right? You probably hit 30 plus.
20 something.
Yeah.
At most. Right? Like
Yeah,
SRG, I only remember like 20 something. But either way, most kills in the tournament, MP as well as James Pung, 31. That is amazing. And of course, it is the jungler. Fastest game, 10 minutes, 52 seconds. I really feel like that's very impressive because honestly, in this climate, either you win fast or the game drags on way too long, but still under 11 minutes, that's, how do I say, that's crazy. That's insane.
Yeah. And of course, just to give context, right? People who are wondering why is Rince's KDA so high. He has 12 kills, 1 death, get this, 42 assists.
1 death?
Yeah, 1 death.
1 death?
So he played like what, 4, he played 5 games and he has 1 death.
What?
Yeah, he played like a full series against TLPH and then 2-0 over AE. Yeah, 1 death and 42 assists. So Sicilian, Loi, Yi, Farsa, he played 4 unique heroes overall. But of course, the most assists overall is still Perk Ziva from Blacklist International. Highest first blood rate, King Kong with 3, highest GPM. You got Fabian, you got Aaron Shiki, and you got Erlan.
Yeah, I thought I watched the other day. I think someone hit 1,000, but still, highest GP on the tournament. Fabian and Aaron Shiki, I feel like are playing the game a little bit unfair. They have like we've seen Fabian play an unfavorable matchup, and he does well. I don't know how Fabian does it. It's like, oh, Joy against Suyo is a Joy matchup, and then he's using the Suyo, and then he wins. I mean, like, okay, I guess logic doesn't matter here.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter when you are one of the best. I mean, even Aaron Shiki, who has had quite a breeze in the first leg, right? They were up against Team Flash KH. Both games, in fact, the first one was like, what, 11 minutes, 1 second. Second game was 12 minutes, 11 seconds. They just steamrolled through the competition like no tomorrow. I believe that they had so much fun that Aaron Shiki decided to go Claude and just constantly do the classic, 4-man blazing duet without any contention, which also, coincidentally, is one of the teams that we will be watching today, Team Liquid ID, alongside Bigotron Alpha and AI Esports.
Yeah, I feel like for me, especially for AI Esports, because when it comes to TLID, it's all about how strong they're like how do they maintain their strength. Bigotron Alpha, a lot of promises, and we want to see those promises being kept here in SPS to see how much they've grown. But AI Esports is one of those teams that people really don't put their money on, but they're constantly showing up, and I feel like that's the reason why AI Esports is, out of all 3 teams here, I really want to see the most, because they show a lot of promise, and it's very nice to see that teams that aren't as recognizable as TLID as well as Bigotron Alpha doing well in this tournament.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also AI Esports. We have seen Black, right? He was kind of featured in the Roma highlight early on, but we also got PS, who has really shown his mettle as a jungler. And today, up against Toda, we're gonna see PS up against Zayed. Oh, that is going to be so much fun. But we are going to start off with the upper bracket first. So EVOS Holy against Team Liquid ID coming up in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We're about to kick off some amazing matches.
Back to love.
QT dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me
Right, time to strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because TLID against EVOS Holy is gonna begin in just a little bit. You're here with us for the rest of the day. It's Miyaski and LaFell. Bring you guys the action. It's Indo against Indo, one of my favorite combinations to see our close neighbors fight amongst each other.
Oh, that's very nice of Yaski. Personally, for me, my favorite combination is rice and eggs.
With or without soy sauce? With soy sauce, yes, that's the classic. Okay, we've all been there. Team head to head on your screens right now, and overall, of course, for average DPM, we just saw two out of 3 people on the Hall of Fame. Of course, it goes to Team Liquid ID, but average kills pretty close, right? 19.0 for EVOS Holy, 18.5 for TLID. But interesting is the most picked and most banned heroes are completely different. And not many teams sort of like let go, for example, Granger and kind of win the game anyways, right? We've seen Granger being one of the more sought after or the most sought after marksman at this point of time. It feels like if you get Granger on your side and you go into that late game, you just essentially win most of the time. But let's introduce EVOS Holy on your screens. First, we got Reggie in the XP, we got Albert in the jungle, Deposit in the mid lane, Ivan as the roamer, and we got Erlan as the gold lane. And recently, I remember kind of talking to Mirko about it, or there have been kind of inputs, right, where Erlan, he was popping off in the first series that they played against Homeboys, and I remember hearing a sentiment of let Erlan play more. This kid has potential, and I do agree. I feel like Erlan just needs some more time to grow, because individually, when given the room, he has been crushing the competition, but today he has to try and attempt to crush Team Liquid ID with Aran, the XP, Fabian in the jungle, Yehescu, the Ghost of Jakarta in the mid lane, Witty the Wise in Rome, and King Aaron Shiki in gold lane.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know what else TLID can really show us to really convince on their current standings here. Because personally for me, everyone from TLID has been performing at their top rate. I don't know, man. At this point, if TLID wants to flex, they can just show off a very weird comp and then still making it through. Like that's probably the only way that they can separate themselves from the competition. Because when I'm thinking of TLID, I'm really thinking of the swag. It's like it's not just about winning, but winning with style.
Yeah, and then they basically did that against Team Flash KH, which honestly, it really felt unfair. I felt like this series didn't need to happen because it's a public execution by TLID. They were literally just committing war crimes on broadcast, just running down Team Flash KH, and it reached a point where I remember they were so far ahead that when they gave away a legendary shutdown and had their Lord stolen, they still ran it down anyways.
Yeah, but I guess that's the thing about TLID, right? Like they can go hard, but sometimes they can do those kind of overextending mistakes. But I don't know, it's all a part of their charm. Like I feel like them playing perfectly is counterintuitive of how they behave as characters, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Fabian has been working on his mewing skills since M6. You know, he had to go up against King Kong, right? So there was a bit gap, but I think right now Fabian in a very good spot. Hopefully he kind of shows back up in style like he has always ever since that world stage. But the question is always win or bust again, because Evos Holy did lose to TLID in the SPS Season 6 Open Finals, so this is going to be one of the most important rematch.
I mean, I don't know. Personally, looking at what TLID has shown us, Aaron Shiki still using the Bruno, and it looks pretty strong because after the nerf, we really don't see a lot of Bruno going on. I feel like it's strong, but it's not like S tier strong. Maybe like A minus kind of strong. So I feel like between Evil Holy as well as TLID, I feel like TLID has more tried and tested drafts compared to Evos Holy. So I don't know. Everything is definitely on favor for TLID when it comes to their mechanics as well as the strategy.
And we have to look at, we also have to kind of look at the experience these players have, right? I remember talking to Zafa like a few days ago where TLID, 3 of their players actually came in from MDL before they won MPL Indonesia and proceeded to finish second on the world stage. So can you really call them rookies at these points? But for Evos Holy, this is not even an MDL or an MPL team. It's more like the 3rd division, and yet you have people like Albert who recently got loaned over to that side going up against King Fabian.
I feel like at this point we're looking at a comparisons head to head here between Albert as well as Fabian, but just bouncing off of what you said, number one, TLID definitely not rookies anymore. Especially if I believe I seen an interview before with Aaron Shiki. One of the reasons why they're so strong was that during MDL they had a global ban system, so their hero pool is very large. So that really helped them out. So that's number one. Number two, Evos in general, they have a system. I really believe that the tier 2 teams are actually stronger than the tier 1 teams on how they make it. And we both predicted TLID, but again, I just want to say Evos Holy, first team, second team, third team almost doesn't matter. We're to the point where most of the time you hear the third team outperforming the first team for some reason or another.
Yeah, we had examples. Players like Claw Kun, you know, players like Dreams, and so Annabelle, they didn't really start at the top. But let's take a look at the draft first. Team Liquid ID, power picks at the very start. We got the Joy, Phoebus, Farsa, Evos Holy also getting some pretty nasty openers, right? It's the Suyo, Loyi is one, and then the Harif in that goal lane.
Yep, honestly, looking at TLID's lineup, as well as Evos Holy definitely has a lot of power picks, but I believe that the TLID getting Fabian on a Joy kind of wins it out because the Joy can deal with the Harif very, very well. As strong as Harif is right now, there's a lot of counters here. TLID has the Joy, has the Phobius, so all of these movements coming in from Evos Holy is gonna be, I would say, diluted a little bit. So looking at draft, TLID, they have all the answers that Evos Holy has now. The only thing that can make up Evos Holy's draft here is if they can diversify. Because if the draft is 100% on the Harif, then I feel like it's going to be a losing matchup. If they can play mid-centric, play around the Luyi, then they might have a chance.
So far they have been, at least with the 4th ban, they're trying to kind of keep that Harif lane safer, right? Especially going into the later stages of the game. You don't want an Irritar running around, and they don't have means to reliably catch the members of Team Liquid and keep them in place. There's not really any crowd control. If you want to put Dwali into it is really isn't the most reliable thing. So Khalid ban as well. I do like this. It's reading into what Witty has been showing every now and then in that roam though.
It also shows that they're not wanting to use some kind of damage roamer as well, because honestly, even the damage roamer going with the Lu Yi can actually do quite well. And it looks like TLID read to that as well. They ban out the Jawhead. Any kind of damage roamer here pairing up with the Suyo as well as the Lu Yi can impact that Farsa quite a lot. Another thing that Evo's Holy could do is pick up a setup roamer, something like a Belleric to deal with the Joy. But Fabian's Joy is pretty good. I feel like with a straight up Belleric, it might not be the perfect answer here. I kind of feel like you want to be a little bit more aggressive, actually shutting down Yehizekiel, and then moving forward, controlling the jungle a little bit here. Because again, Evo's Holy 2 heroes are already countered by the Joy. But either ways, right now it looks like they are going for a damage roamer still, picking up the Cho. The only thing is, it is a flex, could be XP, could be roam, but I do like it in roam a little bit more so that they can actually pick up the tempo.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Cho as well, and then the Gatot pick for Team Liquid ID. It's either or, I suppose. For Evo's Holy, you definitely have to kind of pick your poison more wisely. But for Team Liquid ID, this Gatot pick basically puts it, not just puts him in the roam, but you get to kind of match up against this show. You get to be that dual brick wall for your team as well. Liquid ID gonna end up with the Bruno for Aaron Shiki again, as he has been just absolutely styling on his competition. Very fully fleshed out team comp, right? This is something that you would expect to see, to have a mix of everything that you want.
Yeah, and again, this is what, like, this is TLID style. This is their identity. They don't look at tier lists, they just choose whatever is right for them, which I really like about TLID. Now, Evo's Holy, how do they answer this? Because honestly, the bodies coming in from TLID, the Phobius as well as the Gatukacha, is going to be very difficult for them to deal with. I gotta tell you, Husky, I'm not feeling Evo's Holy's draft here, because the Joy counters two of the 5 heroes that Evo's Holy has, and the Phobius counters 2 of the 5 heroes that Evo's Holy has as well. So TLID has the counters, and Evo's Holy picked into those counters.
We literally just had this conversation, right, where you were telling me about how Phobius is a great answer to the Lucas, because Lucas just cannot outduel him in extended fights, and you had so many dashes on the side of Evo's Holy that you're gonna help the Phobius keep resetting that passive, keep proccing that ultimate. I'm with you. I like TRD's draft a lot more. It has a mix of everything that you want, very robust. It's like a full hearty meal, you know. You get every single protein that you need, every single element that is good for your health. We're gonna hop into game 1. Team Liquid Indonesia on blue side, Evo's Holy on red.
Yeah, right now I really just want to see how does Evo's Holy pilot this draft, because again, all of the answers, TLID has it, so maybe they have a secret interaction that they are aware of that is able to deal with this, because otherwise I'm just looking at ones and zeros, and the ones are going for the side of TLID. Evo's Holy right now, again, you gotta pick your poison, try to deal with someone. I don't know which lane they can actually win for this one.
I feel like if you want to hit the lane, you're probably looking at, as long as it's not the Phobius lane, right? You probably can look at Rehescue or Aaron Shiki. It has to be one of those two, because Phobius he's just gonna ignore whatever you want to do. In this case, Aran even has the flicker, so he doesn't feel too threatened. Witty's gonna take plenty of damage, but gets the taunt out, so Ivan couldn't complete the knockup. End of the day, Evo's Holy, they're just looking to get priority.
Yeah, Evo's Holy right now also looks like they will try to poke out anywhere that they can, but it really doesn't mean too much here. Something that I do want to look at here is that Lucas, going up against the Phobius, is actually going for a little bit more tanky, even having the Vitality as well. Yezikiel taking a little bit of damage coming in from Ivan. I'm just wondering about the build that Lucas is going to build. Either he's going for just full-on tankiness, or he will build a War Axe first, because I kind of feel like going full tank, you really don't have a lot going for you going up against this kind of team composition, because you don't deal enough damage to really be a threat, and when you're getting into the fight, it's hard for you to get out of it.
I think if you want to go full tank, you need someone like an enchanter, right? Matilda, Angela, probably. The War Axe does feel like it makes a bit more sense. especially when you're already in a losing matchup against Iran. A bit of a scuffle on the top side. Iran hits 4 very quickly, gets to move first, straight onto Ivan, double Inferno Pursuit. Ivan will be dangerously low and instantly loses control of the turtle.
Yeah, right now, even though Reggie has level 4 here, if he can get onto Fabian, that's great. But if he can't, then that's going to be trouble. And it looks like at this point he can't. Oh, but a lot of damage.
Man, knock out Jikundo. Reggie able to leap away with the flash stab. And even had the AOG come up from Witty, no revitalize for him. The duality not enough at the airstrike from Deposit. Onto Deposit. First blood going over to Ivan though. The concussive blast does go off. An instant pause as we let the teams check in on what's going on. But still, Evo's Holy somehow getting out of what seemed to be an unfavorable fight to get first blood.
Yeah, I would say the very first interaction there, we got to look at Deposit because his the duality, the yin-yang reaction really caused a lot of damage going against TLID. And I feel like that's a good way to approach the fight because what TLID really has to do is actually to push Reggie, the Lucas, off of Fabian. Because as much as they have the counter for the Lucas is a very good counter against the Joy because there's a lot of displacements that he has. And with a lot of dashes, he can actually keep up with the Joy as well. So the Lucas is a good answer to the Joy, but you know, it's going to be tough getting on to the Joy in the first place. So looking at the interactions of the team fight, what TLID wants to do is create a lot of space for Fabian, and once all of the crowd control is out of the way, then he can actually go in. Where Evo's Holy, they can take the team fight step by step, like peeling an onion. You deal with the front line first, and then you deal with some damage dealers like Fabian, and then you try to finish it off by going for the backlines, the mages and the marksmen and the likes.
Plenty of push and pull too. We see the juggling of all the ultimates, right? Like quite a late feather airstrike. It seems like even for TLID themselves, they're not looking for a full commit, especially when you already have exhausted the AOG and the revitalize. But Evo's Holy just a bit faster on the case. As much as this team comp doesn't have the bulkier front line like a Todd that TLID has, they do have that mobility. They can keep jumping in and out. I say that Ivan ends up getting traded back. Turtle will go over to the side of TLID.
Yeah, for now, looking at the trades, Evo's Holy does have a little bit of a gold lead just now, but now after getting Turtle, it will basically equal out. Looking at both drafts here, honestly, I'm not entirely sure who has the better scaling comp because Harv scales incredibly well. But yeah, I actually no, never mind. I think it's TLID because the Joy can definitely deal with the Harv, and once Harv is gone, the majority of the damage is not there.
Joy, Farsa, Bruno, plenty of explosive damage towards the late game. Again, the Romans have been matching each other's movements for sure. Evo's Holy getting it's as minuscule as possible of a gold lead and just off of that first blood, right? That's your first blood gold injection, but still, TLID not really too worried. A two-man gang topside. Iran will eat up most of the pressure, and now Albert is waiting for cooldown. Iran just keeps on going on to him, and Reggie as well. This man deals so much damage, re-engages even, and survives a 2v1.
Yeah, and this is why the Phobias is a very good answer against the Lucas, because, oh, hold on, Fabian actually goes for Albert, but Albert is able to survive no problem. Anyways, this is the problem going up against Phobias is that you just don't have enough damage, and everything that you do strengthens the Phobias. And that's why it is a losing matchup, in case anyone is curious. All of those dashes just makes Phobias much stronger, and whenever oh, they still want to go for Aran.
They're definitely not going to lose with 4 people, so yeah, Ran does go down. Albert finding that kill. Very good diversion from Deposit.
Okay, so it looks like for Evo's Holy, their weak lane here is going to be Erlan, so they're not going to rotate a lot to the gold lane, which I actually thought that they would go to the gold lane a little bit more, trying to give some advantage over to Erlan so that he can get his Holy Crystal much faster and start snowballing there. So instead, they're trying to make sure that everything is equal out, take down the front line first.
Evo's Holy now taking space in that bush. I even had to trade some of his health bar for it. Both junglers at the same level. Liquid ID obviously having priority of the objective and wants the turtle, but Albert thinking about a potential steal. With Aran showing up though, that is going to be denied very quickly. Second turtle for TLID. Erlan pops the Zaman Force, even dancing around the feather airstrike. Aran almost drops down, but Reggie wants to kill. Jumps in, pops the Vengeance. AOG from Witty to split the battle line. Reggie is still going, but Aran re-engages, finds the kill as a backline dive from the diversion. Evo's Holy finds a trade back onto Aran. Ivan will go down to Aaron Shiki. So Team Liquid ID walks away 2 for 1.
I'm not so sure if Evo's Holy really wanted that or it's just Reggie 100%. Oh, looks like Witty wants to go onto Erlan, but that's a pretty bad idea. Zaman Force activated and Witty gets taken down. And now we're looking at the front lines here. Maybe going a little bit too excited here, Husky, where I kind of feel like it's not really the right timing.
I feel like the idea was there from Evo's Holy, right? Reggie was surviving for pretty darn long. The diversion, maybe the timing was a bit off, but at least they equalized it again with a kill onto Witty, who kind of had quite an ambitious idea to go onto Erlan, who again still has Flicker with him. Zaman Force came back off cooldown. Even when you look at the item builds, Thunderbelts for both XP latest online, and Albert being able to soak up the top wave, and Erlan getting a bit of an advantage off of the kill.
Yeah, I can't understand like why Weedy want to go for it, because the Harvick is extremely strong. He doesn't use the Purify here, so once you catch him, he's gonna be very vulnerable to a lot of burst damage. So maybe like it's not the right time for you to do that, but I can see why he went for it, because you know probably in training a lot of time you see the Harvick go onto him, he just explodes. You can take him down, but it does look like Airline is more than prepared for those kind of situations, because we see the reaction time once he sees Weedy, immediately dashes away and then fights back. So in this matchup, we really have to look at how Airline and Weedy interact against each other.
Definitely Weedy is there to keep Ivan away, because he was so ready for potential kick onto Aaron Shiki, but they have no idea that Deposit is there, so that's going to be purified out for Aaron Shiki, as Deposit almost cost his death. Evo's Holy again, now shifting their attention to that gold lane.
Yeah, because again, oh, looks like a diversion coming in, and they're gonna take it. They really want to go for this turtle.
And punishing Aran once more. This time he's gonna get knocked out by the Jit Kundo, secured by Deposit. Evo's Holy just trying to kind of be faster than Team Liquid ID in terms of movements. Another duality double onto Witty, and now he's gonna get knocked up, destroyed. Ivan picks up that kill, 2 for Evo's Holy.
Yeah, but right now we can really confirm how Evo's Holy is approaching the fight here. It really is like peeling an onion. You just want to take one layer at a time.
Fabian will try to secure the turtle, but this time it will be Albert that wins it. And Albert even finds a 2-man stun with the Blazers. Fabian and Yehescu both make it out alive, but barely.
Yeah, but right now Evo's Holy is in very good control of the map here. Fabian, I don't know if he sees it, but the diversion is just going to make sure that Erline gets his farm down in the bottom lane of the map. TLID, it looks like they want to play off timing here, because Fabian does not want to go for fights.
He just got kicked. Plenty of damage from Evo's Holy. Fabian still able to dash out with the help of his teammates. Aran and Weedy will be around. Zaman Force powered by Erline, and actually gets stunned up by Yehescu. Now Reggie's in a precarious position, tries to just soak up the damage, but still ends up going down. Aran somehow stays alive.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Aran still goes for it. And he got Erlan, and now he's jumping onto the back line. Wanted to get Ivan, but Deposit gets a killing spree. Gonna punish him there, but I kind of feel like as an EXP laner, that was worth it, man. You got the gold lane.
That was such a far distance covered by the Infernal Pursuit. I definitely thought that Erlan was out of range, but apparently not. And it does give space for Fabian to farm out a bit as well. Evo's Holy not able to extend any sort of a lead, but it's still, they are in a decent spot. A kick into a stun, that's a Heskill blown up.
Yeah, probably, like, I don't know, not... Ezekiel, I feel like it's almost unavoidable at that point. He doesn't have the Purify. Has to be just a little bit more careful. Now, I'm not going to really fault him for that one. I would say it's more of an outplay coming in from Ivan. Very fast movements going in. Team Liquid ID, right now they're losing control against Evo's Holy, but with that being said, Evo's Holy doesn't have that big of a gold lead just yet. 1,300 and change, and now they get the bottom turret. The Lord is going to spawn very, very soon. Evo's Holy, they have the right idea with this draft. We were doubting the draft a little bit, but looks like they understand like the Phoveus definitely is a problem, so deal with him first, and then your composition comes online.
Yeah, and also they have been trying to outmaneuver TLID just with how fast this lineup moves, right? Like Ivan being able to go around the map, but most importantly, Deposet's diversion has really worked wonders in stabilizing the XP lane. Fabian against Albert. Fabian ends up on the receiving end of a punishment, and that is a massive kill for Evo's Holy.
I would say that's insane by Albert, man. Like the fact that he was able to survive the initial burst damage coming in from Fabian and then fight back. I feel like that was a very good outplay coming in from Albert, and Fabian was just not ready for it. Reggie was there to follow up, making sure that he actually secures the kill. Right now, diversion going in, and they get Aaron Shiki.
That's such a deep angle. Aaron Shiki needs to get out right now. Witty and Yehescu cannot save him. And Yehescu will end up going down 2. Witty to join him in a great 3 more for Evo's Holy, and that will be Lord number 1 for the red side.
I gotta say, Husky, this is a casual cassacres where like, oh yeah, TLID's draft looks great. And then Evo's Holy, this is amazing. But again, I would say it's more about their gameplay here. Like, they have a plan, and they're executing it very, very well. Who knew? If the Phobius was a problem, just deal with the problem first. And then everything will be fine. Everything will be dandy. Everything will be a little bit more easier. But I do have to say, Fabian is taking his time a little bit here because he's been avoiding a lot of the fights where even if you look at the KDA 0-1 and 1, he's just looking for farm. Not sure what's the timing that he's waiting for before he can be confident with actually getting those kills.
Honestly, at this point, if they go into the next game, regardless of who wins, I think Aloy is going to get banned out for sure. Fabian just gets solo killed by Albert on the other side of the map.
Yeah, no minions there, meaning he doesn't have any way to stack to actually dash around. Understandable why he couldn't get out of that situation. But right now, Team Liquid ID does look like they're a little bit lost. Maybe their whole game plan revolves around Witty as well as Aran doing well. They're not doing well.
Even the Feather airstrike only delayed by so much. You got Erlan on the top side alongside Ivan. Aran and Yehescu will be able to hold the forward bottom lane. Lord, unfortunately, will still result in an inhibitor falling for TLID. And Evo's Holy in a very comfortable spot, an almost 8k gold lead.
I would say, yeah, I would agree with you, Husky. Erlan has been very flashy, especially with the Killua skin, but Deposet is actually controlling the entire map. Like the way that he's been using this Luyi makes it so that TLID aren't really roaming around free in the team fights themselves. So they can't really position themselves in a very good way because the amount of displacement that Lucas and Luyi provides make it so that it's hard for them to maneuver around.
And they just baited Witty. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Erlan is just going ballistic. This guy coming online, triple kill for the Harith. That fight was not even close, and Evo's Holy finds 3 more. And this is a big problem for TLID. How do you deal with Evo's Holy? How do you deal with Erlan?
I would say this is about as perfect as a game that Evo's Holy is having right now. 8,000 gold lead. Just to answer your question, Weedy has to catch him because Aran, he can pursuit, he can chase, he can't lock down. The only one that can really lock down is Weedy, but Weedy is not having a good time here, where every single time he goes forward, I would say Ivan as well as Reggie, they're not hesitant to use their crowd control skills on the Gato Kacha. So this is a very interesting case study where if you're talking to a lot of players, they will always say lock down the damage dealers, but Evo's Holy understands that that is not the only way that you can play the game. And they're doing a very good job. Weedy 0-5 and 3, Aran at 2-5 and 1 makes it so that Ezekiel doesn't have free reign to use the Feather airstrike. Aaron Shiki, he can't position well, especially when Deposet is able to diversion on the backside and catching him off. Again, question. Fabian, what else is he waiting for? Is he waiting for a certain item? Is he waiting for Weedy or Aran to make a play? Because as of right now, he looks very passive, not the traditional Fabian that we know.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely is trying to... I feel like he has the items to fight. Now the question is, Witty, who has just been constantly punished the entire game, another kick into a destruction. Aran ends up following him. Reggie, he's just gonna stand and man fight Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki, the Roscoe meter does pop, diversion to the back. Aaron Shiki needs to get out, finds Ivan, a double kill, but cannot escape the jaws of Albert and Yehescu. In an attempt to save him, ends up going down. Evo's Holy finds 4 at the cost of 2.
I was gonna say if Aaron Shiki finds a way to outplay that, like, whew, that'll be insane. But no, Albert makes sure that he gets taken down, and I don't know. At this point, I don't know how Fabian can win this one. esports, they're not going for the Lord. They feel like they can end the game right now.
Fabian just trying to stall out the wave. Witty still at the AOG. He's gonna use it right now. Clears out the final minute in time, but Witty is gonna sacrifice himself without that revitalize. Aaron Shiki up in 5 seconds. Aran just respawn. Yehescu to be back as well. So esports is gonna pull back, settle for the Lord. Big fat wave for Reggie to just cash in on the top side. Sweet, sweet income. TLID hanging by a thread. A 9k gold lead for esports.
Yeah, and right now the real problem is that Erlan as well as Albert, they're overflowing with gold at this point. So even if they somehow get caught, they can switch around their items, surviving a little bit longer and getting out of a bad situation. So Team Liquid ID, this looks like checkmate here.
Definitely feels like it with the second Lord taken. Spawning in just a couple more seconds, but 2 inhibitors have been taken down. I mean, Liquid ID, I do wonder if they've hit that critical mass, the average net worth, right? 42.7 thousand total net worth, so still missing some crucial items. But once again, this goes back to what Sadalfa has been highlighting this entire challenge stage, where Gatot is just not good as a solo initiator. In fact, Witty has not been able to get engaged at all because he always gets caught up by Ivan. One kick is all esports needs to end it. Now with the Lord pushing in, it's a concealed play. You have skill with the feather airstrike once more. Aran just dives in, puts his body as a shield. But then you have Reggie in the backline with the Vengeance. Erlan is just godlike, finds a double kill. Very casual game for esports, and it's 1-0 for them.
Oh yeah, EVO's fans are feeling very good at this point, and I gotta say, if you're gonna say anyone that did well that game, it has to be Depset, man. On that Lu Yi, controlling the fight, controlling the tempo, controlling TLID. That was an amazing game by all 5 members when it comes to the macro, when it comes to their rotation. But again, Lu Yi really activates this composition where you really make sure that TLID can't really move forward, where you're talking about the cavalry. They can't charge. It looks like they just have to stand there and just take it.
I agree. I think this Loi is the biggest challenge that TLID had to deal with this game, and they had no solution to it. You don't really have anyone to protect the backline because, you know, Aran Fabian is all about go, go, go. Witty also wants to be in front. And then you have someone who can just Houdini his whole team to your backline. You can see how hard it was for people, someone like Yehescu or Aaron Shiki to even do much in this game because there's no way for TLID to protect them.
Yeah, so for some reason it does look like esports, they found the kryptonite for TLID, where a lot of attention is going on to Fabian as well as Aaron Shiki, but they really don't pay that much attention. We really have to look back at the game of the early rotation, where esports, I believe it was at the second turtle or just after the second turtle, they gank around. First they try with just sending Albert. Can Albert and Reggie 2v1? They can't, it's okay. They do it again, and this time they have 4 people, and 4 looks like to be the magic number, able to deal with the Phobias. I like that esports came in with a plan, and they stick to the plan. They don't diverge away from it. They don't instantly go to plan B. They're just like, okay, attack the front lines. We did it quite well. We're gonna keep on doing it.
Yeah. And honestly, this is a masterclass from esports, and I do wonder what was the general consensus coming into this series. I know for me, like, I looked at TLID as, you know, the king of it all, right? They're gonna just run it down, 2-0 this, and go to the challenge finals. But it definitely is not the case right now. esports could deliver an upset to us.
Yeah, and you were talking about how this Louis is pretty much bannable. I do agree. So I wonder what esports has other than a Lu Yi, because we have a lot of mages that has a lot of crowd control. We have a lot of mages that has quite a lot of damage. But in terms of disrupting, not a lot of heroes are like Lu Yi. You can think of something like an Eve, has damage, have some form of crowd control, but it doesn't really disrupt you because it's not a displacement kind of skill. So I'm really wondering if EVO's Holy has plan B, if they have something other than a Lu Yi, because I full-heartedly believe that this composition comes online because of this Lu Yi. So without the Lu Yi, I do wonder what is the second best thing.
Oh yeah, I think I actually can't think of much. Probably an Eve or something. I feel like Eve's Theramis. But yeah, I think aside from that, EVO's Holy really got kind of like the key to this game. That's why that Loi first came out. It started making sense towards the end of the day. We got Albert as our MVP. In fact, going deathless this game. Perfect 8-0-10.
Yep, with 69% kill participation. Nice. This is a very good game for a jungler when your mid duo is doing incredible, because Ivan is opening out the map, making sure that the map is not dark, and then having your mid laner controlling the front lines, make it so that as an assassin fighter, you're not really too worried about the crowd control. You don't worry about a taunt coming in from Gatokacha. You're not worried about getting dunked on by the Phoveus. You can go in and out of the fight very confidently, and I feel like that's a very big luxury for Albert, considering the lineup they're going up against. Yeah, I would say we were doubtful that EVO's Holy can perform with this composition, but I gotta say, what they did really opened my eyes.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't have thought of this way to execute it, and that's kind of what I love. I wouldn't the innovation, you know, the different approach to deal with what most people consider as the best way to play the game right now. Of course, TRID, they still had a pretty solid start. They were able to keep EVO's Holy from kind of snowballing out of control, but it's more of like that mid game onwards, right? These plays from Deposit, catching out Aaron Shiki, we talk about them. You talk about them peeling the problem like an onion. Sometimes they see the opening, they're like, okay, Weedy has overshot. Let's just take down the people that he's supposed to protect. And Liquid ID, plenty of times, Weedy just kept getting punished and there was nothing he could do.
Yeah, as someone that plays Gatokacha, having that amount of crowd control onto you is yeah, there's really not much that you can do. Even if you survive long enough for you to use your Avatar of the Guardian to get out of that sticky situation, with the amount of crowd control that is present, you won't be able to finish the animation at all. So I'm a Gatokacha lover, man. I believe that Gatokacha is one of the best tanks right now, but it's not without its weaknesses. And Lui was definitely one of the weaknesses. But if it's just Gatokacha, there is a lot of mid laners that has a lot of crowd control that can deal with him. But either ways, EVO's Holy won. Game number...
I'm very impressed with what EVO's Holy has shown us so far, which is, again, out of this world. Of course, let's take a look at the heat map for Albert this entire game. We had a couple of moments where, you know, TLID, they managed to stem some of the bleedings. They tried to spill that into the jungle. We saw an early invade from Fabian to try and deal with Albert, but it never really worked out. The craziest thing was that you were literally talking to me about how Fabian doesn't really care too much about the matchup. You put him on a losing one, Suyo into Joy, and he still wins with the Suyo. We just saw that with Albert this game as well. Not only with the perfect scoreline, but with a couple of solo kills onto Fabian's Joy. And it really felt like there wasn't much of a contest, and honestly for Albert, he didn't really need to do much. No invades were needed. Farm your own side of the jungle, take the lane resources if it's open, and slowly when we reached that late game, Albert just became an unstoppable beast.
Yeah, I feel like, again, this is the, how do you say it? This is the space that Albert was able to get, and this is how he's been able to farm, where I feel like going up against a Joy, you don't get to move this much as a Suyo, because you're always going to get tracked, and then most of the time, the Joy will force kind of a 1v1 inside of your own jungle, but Albert was able to move around freely, and I believe it is because of the mid duo. Both Ivan as well as Deposit really created a lot of space. So Albert, amazing Suyo play, but again, I really feel like he's able to do that as a team effort. Like what the team did made it possible. I like this innovation coming in from EVOS Holy, where they understand what the meta looks like right now, and what's, in a sense, they're able to predict what TLID wants to pick up. They have a tier list of what TLID wants to prioritize, and then once they pick it up, they just have a draft that on paper looks like you will lose to what TLID has, but then they understand what the win condition is. So I feel like EVOS Holy showed their preparation here going up against TLID, understanding the priorities that EVOS Holy has and what are the holes that they can exploit.
Yeah, I do wonder what the game 2 is going to look like in terms of draft. I definitely am expecting that Loi to get removed instantly, but whoever doesn't want to deal with it. And the craziest thing was that it did make it onto the red side pick for EVOS Holy, which was something that you don't get to see often. I know Matilda was priority banned by TLID in phase 1. So it's all about picking your poison. I feel like, you know, banning out the Granger is a must right now, but people are taking Irithel, Harith, you know, Bruno to replace it, and TLID themselves to clot in one of their games. This rematch is already going in a different direction than a lot of people expected.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because of the Lui pick. I kind of feel like when you think about Lui, you would think about the Philippines. They use Lui quite a lot. Other regions use Lui a lot as well, but it's not something that they prioritize. Usually it's more towards, you know, something like an Eve, the Farsas, the likes, Vexana. Those are the more prioritized picks compared to the Lui. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how the draft is gonna be handled now. But let's talk about Favian here. Do you feel like Favian is having an off day, or did he just not have the opportunity to really shine in that game?
I feel like it's the latter though. I feel like because of what EVOS Holy did, it really stopped Favian from doing much. They were, I think, a few times where Fabian really tried to go for backline dive. He even had the help of Aran and Widdy, and we saw what happened, right? Like Aran just got blown up. Widdy didn't get to do too much, even with the revitalize. So yeah, I think it's less of Fabian having a bad game 1, having an off day, and more of EVOS Holy just not letting him shine.
Well, we're gonna see for game number 2, because I feel like Fabian really needs to be able to have a good time. So maybe this time they can understand that perhaps a lot of rotation is going to the EXP lane. So maybe even in terms of the draft, you don't have to adjust that much. I feel like Louis should be banned out, but then once it's banned, try to follow or mirror the rotation coming in from EVOS Holy. If it looks like they want to attack the EXP lane again, then make sure that Aaron survives, because we know that Aaron Shiki is going to be good in lane. Like, he usually wins the lane by himself, so allow him to do that. Let him just have the 1v1. But I do want to see if EVOS Holy sees that going on. It's like, oh, you want to go to the EXP, then we just change it up. We'll just go to the gold lane. So I really feel like this is going to be a battle of the mastermind, the mid laners. Which lane are they rotating to? I feel like that's going to be the one that really controls the tempo of this match.
I think even the arrangement that EVOS Holy had in game 1 was pretty great. They started by shutting down Aran first. They got to free up Reggie a little bit, and then you spill it over to that gold side where Aaron Shiki started feeling the heat. So game 2, once more both teams remain on the same side. You got Team Liquid ID on blue, you got EVOS Holy on red. The Granger Hayabusa as the first 2 bans by TLID.
Yep. Right now, EVOS Holy probably doesn't mind if TLID picks up the what you call it, the joy again. So in fact, maybe it's even a bait. I wonder if TLID, they will switch it up and actually not pick up the joy first pick. And there you go. Like you said, the Louis has been banned out. This is a good respect coming in from TLID, not willing to challenge it again in this match.
It does force EVOS Holy into this predicament where who do you let through, right? Like the Yves is still there, Matilda is still open. You got your usual Joy, Suyo. So I think if you're EVOS Holy, you start going for a trade, right? We give you 1, we take 2. So this could be a Matilda angle for Widdy as the Yves gets banned out. EVOS Holy does not want to deal with the box.
Yeah, now TLID, do they actually want to take the Matilda away? No, they even pick up the Joy still.
Wait.
So EVOS Holy, they can pick up the Matilda +1.
Yeah, I think so too. We've literally seen that example, right? Matilda, we've seen Matilda Irithel, Matilda +1. Regardless of what it is, the Matilda is a big contributor to protecting your backline against a Joy, even in the late game, because of the amount of shield she gets from something like from the Flash of the Oasis. And honestly, Joy nowadays, you don't go glowing 1, so you have no way of stopping that. and it instantly gets picked up. I feel like it's a no-brainer for Ivan, Matilda, Harif. So talk about having more shields on top of shields.
I don't know if TLID is crazy enough to pick up something like a Esmeralda to kind of challenge all the shields. But yeah, once the Matilda has 2 items, it doesn't even need 3, just 2 items, having the Enchanted Talisman alongside with the Flask of the Oasis, you have enough shields to deal with the damage that comes in from TLID. So TLID, now adding that Fredrin as well. TLID, this draft has to be for Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki needs a tank killer where you have enough burst to deal with the shield, but more importantly, you need some kind of DPS that you can still fight once the shield is down. So Fabian should not have a good game here going up against a Fredrin and a Matilda.
If anything, if Team Liquid ID has paid attention or remembers this throwback to the match that EVOS Holy fought against Homeboys, it is almost the same archetype where Homeboys, they go with a Joy opening and EVOS Holy instantly shows a Matilda Granger and a Fredrin. So it's a big callback to their recent match before they in the first stage of the upper bracket. Now they're gonna start targeting Aaron Shiki's hero pool, take out the Bruno first.
The thing that I want to see here is that if EVOS Holy makes the mistake of showing their mid laner first, maybe it's a game where TLID can consider picking up a carry. A carry might be able to do fine because honestly, after the buff, it's a very small buff, but you do feel the difference. Carry does feel pretty strong right now. But if EVOS Holy has a controlling mid laner, something like a Vexana, something like an Aurora that can deal a form of CC and damage at the same time, carry will have difficulty moving around the team fight. So if EVOS Holy picks up their EXP later, hiding their mid lane, it might be a little bit of a gamble, but I don't know. Aaron Shiki needs some kind of DPS. Bruno is a good in between, a lot of burst as well as a lot of DPS, but yeah, look at this. They're just batting out the gold laners because they understand with this kind of composition, only Aaron Shiki is the real threat.
It could be what's left on the table. We got Ranger is also out. I mean, we did see the Claude. Then you have your usual Moskov. I don't know if anyone picks Lunox into Harif anymore nowadays. CC does get banned out by TLID. I have a crazy idea. I'm looking at X-Board right now, and for EVOS Holy, but I'm not sure if they want to fit that in. It feels like it is doable.
I know there's not a lot of sun, but okay, maybe because of my rank games. Honestly, the sun is not bad. Like it's something I believe teams are practicing. I'm just not so sure if they've adjusted to it. X-Borg, I do review looks good, but yeah, if they want some kind of damage EXP laner, a lot is still on the table. I'm still thinking of Sun, but they can definitely take it a different way. Heck, maybe even Dyrov.
The big armor shred. You did suggest that they keep that mid for last, but they're gonna reveal it first. So it is a Vex. I mean, it's a pretty safe approach regardless, right? Good crowd control and Pew for your team, massive damage too.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if they show off their mid laner here, Vexana, Aurora, and the likes, it might be a little bit more difficult. It's something that they do have to consider. Do they still want to pick up something like a carry? The Claude looks a little bit better going up against the Vexana. It's just that, well, I guess the same problem as carry. It does take a little bit of time.
And not to mention that EVOS Holy can play fast, but at the same time, can really snowball out of control. So Aurora for TLID in the mid side. What is Aaron Shiki going to get? It does feel like you are looking at a Claude for the safest pick, or the Moskov. They're gonna stick with the Moskov just to have that cross map presence.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm just slightly afraid of the Moskov is if Albert is able to catch the Moskov and then taunt him in. Is that a Banda? Oh, there's a Paquito.
Wow!
Okay, Paquito I haven't seen for quite a while. We're thinking about a damaged EXP laner, but Paquito, what do you feel about this?
I don't even remember the last time I saw Paquito.
I don't know. I also don't know.
But if you want to talk about catching the backline, you pull a Paquito in, he's gonna 1-2 punch you and just destroy you. In fact, I'd say maybe that's also one of the few ways to deal with Fabian. If he wants to get in your face, you just man fight him with your full combo, right? With the champion stand, I feel like you could destroy his health bar.
Yeah. Especially because the Paquito has a knock-up as well, so you can easily punish the Joy. So this is going to be very interesting, especially if we see that now that a damage dealer is picked up in the EXP. Will the rotation still be going to that EXP lane, making sure that Reggie has some kind of lead? And this time Albert is using a utility jungler. He's used it before just 2 or 3 days ago. So I don't know, this time looking at draft, Evo's Holy looks good. But if we say that and then they lose, we're not gonna say which draft looks good anymore.
then it really proves that sometimes even a good draft doesn't guarantee a win. Although you see this very early proxy from Reggie. It's not often that you see this. You see kind of the Paquito into that Forvis lineup. People would assume that by default Forvis should do just fine. But I think with Paquito, with the mobility you have, you are actually not ever too worried about having a Forvis sticking on top of you.
Yeah, right now I feel like for TLID they might have the mindset they don't want to speed up the game just a little bit, because Matilda is strong, but not that strong until she gets splashed with the Oasis. So you have a timing here, going up against a Paquito, going up against the what's his name, Fredrin, going up against Fredrin, going up against Paquito, going up against Matilda. They have a small window of time that you can kind of force fights a little bit, because the Fredrin is good in the early game, but it's not like invincible. You can still take the Fredrin down in the early game.
Oh yeah. I would say that the wave clear from Reggie is definitely going to be faster than Aran. In fact, Aran once more goes for the wave proxy. Doesn't want to contest that lane pressure. Albert bringing Hesku down very low. Aran shows up. Still needs some XP to hit that level 4. In fact, Aran to be gone on. Witty will show up to help a little bit. Terrify is the lead. Energy Eruption. Aran will be forced to flicker away. Witty gets stuck on. 2 of your frontliners down to less than 50.
Yeah, and right now Evo's Holy is starting to control the mid lane, and by doing that they're controlling the river as well. A lot of vision here for Evo's Holy makes it so that they can actually get to their power spikes very, very comfortably here. And Fabian is nowhere close, so Team TLID is just trying to slow them down. But at this point, Evo's Holy, if Ivan has a very good time getting his flash of the Oasis, the Joy is going to be even more difficult to actually deal any kind of damage.
And even for Witty, it's not easy to stick onto Ivan. He'll easily dash away with the Guiding Wind. All that damage that he has, it's not going to matter too much. So Reggie will be challenged by Aran once more. Easily knocks him back, so Aran cannot continue sticking onto him.
Yeah, I feel like once the War Axe has been built, it should be fine.
Oh, and Witty is not fine. First blooded, just controlled. Again, Albert getting the first blood, still going. This could be the moment that TLID feared the most. Big Appraisal's Wrath almost kills Fabian. And Reggie will go in and finish the job. Fabian is dead. Another taunt onto Aran. Aran dies. Evo's Holy. They got the train rolling pretty early.
You know, Husky, you do know that I hate predictions, right?
Yeah, I think it was a bad idea to follow mine. Now we are both wrong.
No,
Rafa
I
is
feel
way ahead of us.
No, I feel like you had a good idea of what is gonna happen, and I'm just like, you know, I'll just follow Husky. What's the worst that can happen? And then this is what's happening here. Evo's Holy is fully controlling the map here, and again, going against Weedy, going against Aran. They found a secret sauce. They're like, oh, TLID is nothing without their front lines, man. Just deal with them, and then everything is gonna be Gucci. Everything is gonna be good. Albert is feeling comfortable here, and look at Reggie as well, just punching around all over the place.
They're gonna get some help from your head skill. A flicker into a frigid glacier. Reggie just dashes out of that. Really, what can you do about it, right? In fact, Evo's Holy now ready to fight. You don't have crucial resources. Seems like your head skill is gonna be the target. You has the passive, but it's not gonna keep him alive for too long. Albert receives some help from Ivan. Goes back in, gets the knock up. Another taunt onto Aran. Spear Destruction connects. Albert just slams the sword down, but the damage finally present for TLID as Witty and Aran both find a kill. But now they gotta deal with Reggie, who is just punching away. Finds a double for himself. Fabian might be next if he doesn't get out of there. Evo's Holy actually ends up trading even.
Yeah, but I was so surprised. Aaron Shiki immediately died. I don't know if he died at the hands of like in the lane or after he flew up, but either way, Airline now has a free trade down the gold lane. This is not what you want. Oh, hold on. Fabian deals with Reggie. Reggie might actually get taken down here.
I actually die. That's
Wait,
champion stand. The shield. Fabian catches up. Another shield. Reggie living a lot longer than he should have. Still, he was Holy Day. Will sacrifice that and get a second turtle for himself.
Yeah, but overall, still, Evo's Holy has very good control of the entire map at this point. And I would say this is now free reign for Evo's Holy, because now you don't really have to focus too much on the front lines anymore, because I feel like everyone has gotten their core items. Even the Flask of the Oasis has been built up by Ivan. So now you can start attacking different lanes. Maybe now you can actually attack Aaron Shiki, making sure that Aaron Shiki doesn't get his items, and destroy as many turrets as you can. Like, the more turrets gets taken down, the more area of jungle that you're able to control, and more jungle that you control, the less that Fabian actually gets to play the game. So Evo's Holy, I feel like the early game is so good at this point that they're able to play this a little bit more freestyle. They're not super rigid on having just one single target rotation.
The item timing for Albert also on point. Just he went for the steel leg fix and instantly got a Radiant armor. Reggie will get the top tier 1. Try and get out from this run, and Fabian will slay him. Bottom side though, Aaron Shiki is gonna have a bit of a hard time against Erlan, who almost takes him out. But with Albert arriving, Aaron Shiki tries to get out as much as he can, but not able to complete it. At the end, Witty eats the Great Sword and 2 for Evo's Holy down bot.
Yeah, and this is where we see where they understand that their lead is so good, they don't have to go for the EXP anymore. They can just let Reggie do it by himself. And like immediately you see them going for the gold lane, get the gold laner, get Weedy as well, because Weedy is there, so why not? And then get the turret. Because we can see that Evo's Holy, after getting a few kills in the early game, they went for the side lane turrets. And this is good when you're controlling neutral objectives like the turtle and the lord. It's good for you to get the mid. Oh, but hold on, they want to fight against Aran. Aran has to flicker out. Aran, very, very low HP, and just with that, the turtle is more or less in their position. Even if TLID wants to contest for this, they gotta trade some lives for it.
Even Yehescu had to flicker just because Albert showed up. They had to use a retribution to force a reaction. So in that case, Fabian will have to kind of choose his timing. Albert, though, very confident. He is 2 levels behind Fabian. Fabian has been power farming as much as Evo's Holy has been taking these fights. In fact, they can abandon the turtle. So Fabian will go for the objective as Evo's Holy goes for the kill. They get rid of Yehescu at the cost of the turtle.
Yeah, but now they can get this mid lane because Aran is going to take his time to actually clear the lane, so Erlan can actually go for it. And now Weedy gets taken down again. So TLID, very good decision making here, trading the turtle for a kill, and then the mid lane, and then another kill. And now Fabian has to get out of here.
Tries to fight Erlan, needs some help. The solo, that's not enough. Fabian with a big solo kill. Now going on Ivan, who has the flicker away. Fabian stealing the buff, taking a tier 2 individual performance to get Liquid ID back.
This is a moment where Fabian's just like, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll get the farm. And then they try to fight me, and then I'm just going to kill them. This is what we expected from game number 1, where the Joy can deal with the Harif. But yeah, I didn't thought that he had enough items. But yeah, 3, 1, and 2. Looks like he's in a very good spot. As long as Reggie as well as Albert is not around, he can deal with the Harif.
Both side lanes now exposed. Tier 2s taken down on the side of Evos. The taunt on Yehescu, he is gone. Nothing much that you can do as an Aurora. 5 seconds away from his flicker. But again, Evo's Holy now has something that they need to deal with, which is the constant push and pull of the side waves. You think that having a Matilda allows you to traverse the map faster, but Liquid ID has always been a step ahead of that.
Yeah, number 1, perhaps they understand where the priority lies for Evo's Holy. The other one is Aaron Shiki is really just hyper focusing on the farm. He's not rotating much. He doesn't throw out the Spear of Destruction much anymore. He's just staying in the bottom lane, getting as much farm as he can, and then just keep on pushing, keep on pushing, keep on pushing. Weedy is the one that's able to keep up with a Matilda roaming around, and he sacrificed his life quite a few times, but he's able to kind of bait himself against Evo's Holy to just go for him and not going for the side lanes. And because of that, Aaron Shiki is able to get some farm, and Fabian is taking the top lane farm away from Aran.
The Wishing Lantern done for Deposit. So this is the first Lord fight, still very even for both teams. Witty having a way better game than game 1. At least this game he was able to make a bit of impact with this Khalid. And then I think the advantage if bottom lane, yeah, good try. Woo! Arashiki gets out of that. In fact, Reggie almost ends up going down if not for the help of Ivan. But the advantage of having a Fredrin is just you can do a Lord Dance forever.
Yep, and because of that, TLID, they're trying to win on macro when it comes to the side lanes because we see Fabian as well as Aaron Shiki basically forcing Evo's Holy to go for this Lord right now. If not, your turret is gonna get taken down. And because the Lord got resetted, this is good. Look at Evo's Holy. They have to back off. They have to deal with the side wave. So TLID, they're not fighting muscle for muscle here. They understand that Evo's Holy, this kind of composition is very hard to burst down. So what they can do is use their mobility to control the side waves. And Witty's able to get out of there.
Able to flicker away, so no Appraisal's Wrath, no Eternal Guard, and no Circling Eagle. What a big ultimates used. Aaron Shiki still hiding in that bush. Gonna be able to shove at the bottom wave instantly and still have a chance to join the fight. So that's gonna be Witty with the Raging Sandstorm. Spirit of Destruction does miss. Disintegration connects only on the one though. Aran trying to hold on, steals the Lord somehow with the Infernal Pursuit. Fabian next on the chopping block, but Ivan realizes he can't fight this. Aaron Shiki will show up, gets the pin on the Ivan, and Fabian goes for it. Deposit trying to run away. Aaron Shiki doesn't get the takedown, but Witty has done more than enough. Mid-tier 1 goes down. TLID with a swift recovery. Orla just outplays Fabian as he dances around him, but Fabian still survives.
This is a very good game where now TLID, they have the items, so they're like, okay, you want to fight? Let's go, bro. Like, they actually go for the fight. I would say Aran getting that Lord is definitely game-changing for TLID. Now they can have control of the map again. But yeah, Evo's Holy, if somehow Ivan dies, if somehow Albert gets taken care of, we can see that Fabian and Aaron Shiki, with no hesitation, goes forward and tries to get a kill. And it looks like Fabian is able to get Reggie there.
That's not good. It's just unlucky. This Paquito pick not starting to lose efficiency a little bit. They did take care of the Lord. I think they should be able to keep the inhibitors alive, which is going to be a silver lining for Evo's Holy. But even then, it's not too big of a gold lead for Liquid ID, right? Just measly 1k.
Yeah. Right now, I would say it's very 50-50 for both teams because it really is about who gets taken down first. Because for TLID, unfortunately, it does feel like Ezekiel is really not having a good time because for him to actually deal the crowd control, he needs to be close enough. But whenever he's close enough, the Vixana outranges the Aurora, and whoever even gets caught, Ivan can just pull away with the guiding wind. So TLID, Ezekiel is having a more difficult time actually contributing into the fight compared to the rest of the team. Fabian is having a good time. It's really about TLID. Somehow, some way, takes out Ivan first. Ivan gets taken care of, Albert gets taken care of, everyone is easy pickings. But this is showing that TLID, they're very strong in their decision making because they try to split up the fight, which I really like, where game number 1, Evo's Holy won off because of priority rotation, and TLID understanding the win condition of Evo's Holy and try to deny them of that win condition.
So I mean, this has already exceeded a lot of my expectations coming into this series. We had two very different approaches. Evo's Holy, clearly this is a very comfortable draft for them. Aside from the Paquito, which I don't think I have seen in a long time, but the general idea is there. But Fabian, he is 6'1", 2. He is just massive. I don't really see anyone from Evo's Holy that could stand up to him unless it's Erlan with the help of Ivan, and even then, it feels like a struggle. So mid lane priority is going to be a thing. Fabian constantly playing the side waves over and over again. And the question is, how do you take the second lore? How do you contest if you're Evo's Holy?
I feel like whether they like it or not, they gotta leave Reggie on the side lane. But that comes to the question, can Reggie actually win a 1v1 either with Fabian or Aaron Shiki? Because Fabian has shown that he can win that 1v1. Oh, look at this Reggie going up against Aaron Shiki.
He's gonna try Aaron Shiki.
Yeah,
He's an outplay.
He can't.
Absolute outplay.
Yeah, that's Evo's Holy trump card. They have to hope that Reggie can deal with Fabian and Aaron Shiki in the side lanes. But both Fabian and Aaron Shiki has shown if it's a 1v1, nah, I win. And that's why Evil's Holy right now is having a hard time.
To be very honest with you, LaFell, I never thought that Reggie would had a chance to kill Arashiki in that situation. It was ambitious, it felt ambitious, and it felt like it was necessary, but and it never had any expectation that it was going to work. So good try either way, TLID with the second lore of the game, and now really gonna start ballooning that lead. That Evil's Holy, it seems like it's getting harder and harder to catch back up to Liquid.
The thing is, that was a very good opportunity for Reggie because he was able to get onto Arashiki's blind spot and then was able to deal the first damage, right? The first jab onto Arashiki, but Arashiki was able to react, and after that, it's like, yeah, that's it. If you can't kill me in one shot, you're not killing me, period. So that's a big problem right there. So Evil's Holy, they start losing the neutral objective just because Fabian and Arashiki is playing the side lane so well.
The moment your cooldown, your skill goes on cooldown is over. I mean, oh my goodness, Reggie! If Fabian just barely touched him and he almost went down. Still have a lore to deal with top side. The wave definitely not in the most synced up position, but the siege from Liquid ID is going to be insane nonetheless. Lord on top side, mid wave is there, Erlan is going to clear up that wave very quickly, but the Lord will take care of the first inhibitor, and they're going to turn onto Reggie, who is all alone. Reggie just trying to stay alive. It's all about survival. Immortality is going to pop. Reggie comes back to life, but unfortunately, they pin Ivan down, and Ivan is gone for 40 seconds. Evil's Holy, do they still want to fight this? Albert in the forefront realizes that Arashiki hurts too much, so that's 2 hits for Liquid ID.
I don't know if this can be considered as poetic, but game number 1, Aran had a very rough game, and now game number 2, Evil's Holy, Reggie is having a hard game. So it does look like for both teams, they're kind of winning off punishing the EXP laners here. And it looks like TLID, they're just gonna force it.
Looking for Erlan, Fabian, he's just running them down. Erlan somehow survives that. Fabian comes back to life, turns back around, kills off Deposit before he goes down. And Albert is not going to stay here for long. Can't get the taunt off. Erlan is dead. Liquid ID finds the equalizer. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Yep, TLID, this is what we were waiting for. Like, this is what we expected for game number 1. And this shows the strength of the coaching staff of TLID, understanding what happened in game number 1, and then changing up their playstyle just a little bit. In game number 2, again, it could be the coaching staff, it could be the players that made the decision that going up against this composition, we can't burst them down. Like, we cannot be honest. Against the lineup of Evil's Holy, you can't show your cards right away. You gotta play a little bit of magic. You gotta have a bit of a sleight of hand. And both Fabian and Arashiki played the side lane so well that Evil's Holy, their eyes just deceived them, and then they were caught slacking off. The side lanes were completely controlled by TLID.
This really felt like just I think in the macro sense, it felt like TLID kind of won off of that, right? Like you said, the side lanes, Fabian and Arashiki just did a way better job, and you'd think that having a Matilda on your side, maybe a Paquito, would be able to stabilize it. And then we saw kind of the 1v1 scenarios where you have Fabian 1v2ing Erlan and Ivan, yet Reggie just having no shot and taking out Arashiki in a single rotation. Nothing seems to work out, and TLID understood it. They just kept poking where it hurts.
Yeah, we can show this just by looking at the KDA of TLID. Look at Aran, look at Ezekiel, look at Witty. It's not really all that impressive. Arashiki as well doesn't look all that impressive, but Fabian looks very good, 7, 2, and 3. If you don't look at a game, you would just assume Fabian just charges straight in and then get those kills. But no, he's playing tactically in this game. And yeah, I like that both teams, they're not defaulting to their micro mechanics. They're just going for the macro mechanics, playing the map very, very well, while also, of course, flexing their mechanical skills. Evil's Holy, we were talking about whether they can find a substitute for that Lu Yi. I feel like the Vexana is a pretty good replacement. Having some form of damage as well as crowd control is always good. And we do see that Evil's Holy, they're focusing on a team fight, and by taking down the frontliners, you always win the team fight. So maybe that's where TLID understands, like, okay, Aran, really, you're not gonna have a good game, but just slow them down. Just slow them down so that Fabian and Arashiki can deal with the side lanes. We have to see for game number 3, if TLID sticks with the same concept of attacking Evil's Holy in the side lanes, And EVO's Holy, will they go for the same concept, just take down the frontliners, and then you win every single team fight?
Yeah, and it's also the game where we were really thinking whether TLID would prioritize the Matilda that was left open, but again, eyes on the prize, right? Just go for Joy. They understood that game one, it wasn't Fabian not being able to play the Joy, it's more of circumstances that prevented him from showing up, and they have removed that with the ban itself on their Loyi, so they were very comfortable giving away what EVO's Holy considered as their power picks, even getting the Fredrin into the fray like they did a few days ago. But TLID just outclassed them in every other facet in this game.
Yeah, I feel like TLID as a team, they don't really play that way, right? They don't play like trying to steal away your good pick or anything like that. Like, TLID is very unfazed by the opponent's draft. They play around it, of course, but they don't look all too concerned with trying to steal away picks and such. Almost like an anime kind of way. It's like, I want to see you at your strongest and then still beat you.
I think that's the best way to describe it, right? Just stick to your own identity. You know, nothing really changed too much about TLID. And again, I don't think anyone would have expected a 2-0 win over them anyways. But again, with it being this close, the fact that we're getting 3 games is already exceeded my expectations. I think in this context, I am enjoying what I'm seeing, not just from TLID, of course, but also what EVO's Holy has been showing us. A lot of my attention was on Erlan, and even in this game that he lost, he still played like a monster. Though Fabian is the biggest monster with the 7-2-3 scoreline on this Joy.
Yeah, and I like the Joy, the evolution of the itemization, where usually we see the Joy just having one penetration item or one item to deal with the tanks, but now Joy has really evolved to have 2 ways to deal with the tank, right? Having the Divine Glaive for when they build Athena Shield, and as well as having the Wishing Lantern just to punish whenever you're level 15 and you just naturally have very high HP, where I feel like most players understand the weakness of Joy is that you don't kill the tank or the front line fast enough. So, you know what? Just get 2. Just get 2 types of anti-tank items and then you'll be fine. So I really like the evolution of Joy that puts Joy at a complete S tier at the moment.
Oh yeah. Late game, early, mid, late, doesn't matter. She just keeps ramping up. It really felt like she gets unstoppable. Even EVO's Holy having a pretty decent early to mid game, but they were getting these pickoffs. Obviously, we see the decision making from Team Liquid ID. They are willing to sacrifice Yehescu and Witty just so they could get a macro advantage. And all the while this was happening, we are seeing Fabian pushing side lanes. We're seeing Aeroshiki power farming the jungle as well to lead them up to the stage where EVO's Holy stopped threatening them on a 1-to-1 basis.
I like just the fact that it's a clash of styles. Like, I like to play my way, you like to play your way, and both having one win each shows that both style of plays is definitely viable. So it really is about the in-game adjustments. How do you deal in the middle of a game? How do you change from plan A to plan B? And I feel like this is showing the maturity of both teams, where they come in with a plan, but once the plan fails, what's next?
Yeah. And I think in this case, really give a lot of props over to the side of TLID for being able to consistently just, innovate themselves, and at the same time being able to kind of adjust to what EVO's Holy had to bring to the table. So we're gonna get the game tree, and this is where I always like to see what else does the team have left in the pocket, because we saw 2 different styles from EVO's Holy. Obviously, both they're really comfortable with, but TLID have found a solution to one of them.
Yeah, looks like without the Loyi, EVO's Holy definitely lose a very big chunk of what makes their team fight look incredibly strong. So Vexana wasn't able to do it. Will we see a third hero that can maybe do what the Loyi was doing?
Hopefully we get to see more of that, but of course the series hasn't ended just yet. We just need to give the time to the teams to breathe a little bit. We'll head for a short break and return for Game 3 between Team Liquid Indonesia and EVO's Holy. Stay tuned.
Here we go!
Come let's have it, bad boy rhythm. Come let's have it, bad attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Full the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction.
We return to witness a conclusion to this first series. It's going to be EVOS Holy against Team Liquid Indonesia at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season 6. Once more, my name is Husky alongside LaFell. We've got Game 3 coming up in just a little bit. And honestly, so far, both teams have been exceeding expectations.
Yeah, this is definitely like we were talking about teams to watch being TLID, but EVOS Holy is really putting a case that we should have paid more attention to them because they really made a very good showing when it looks hold on. I'm just sorry. I'm just saying how both teams, we were talking about how TLID was the team to watch, but honestly EVOS Holy is showing up as well. I like that the innovation coming in from EVOS Holy. Like that's amazing.
Yeah, and I think even the echo what you said earlier on, right? Like EVOS as an organization, pretty interesting with the approach because it doesn't matter whether you are Glory or Holy or if you are just, if you are the MDL team, doesn't really matter because all the players have good qualities. And sometimes we even see the third division performing better than the first one, which we have examples of players who are now in that challenge finals or at least closer to the challenge finals. Game 3 draft, Yves, Matilda, Lucas banned by EVOS Holy, who will now be on blue side. Team Liquid ID on red for the first last time in this series. It'll be Joy, Jusin, and Fanny banned.
Honestly, yeah, I don't know because I've known EVOS for quite a while, but they're so weird in the sense of you would think the first team is stronger than the second and third team, but always, like most of the time, that's not the case. Like every single time you see them going to a tournament and they're like, oh, we're setting our third tier teams. People who have scrimmed with them understand that they're actually sending the strongest team. Something about EVOS, man. Their system is innovative. But either ways, right now jumping into the draft here, EVOS Holy, they're able to get Suyo first pick, and TLID them themselves batting out the Joy, but now they get Granger as well as Lu Yi.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't seem like a fair trade.
Yeah, it is such an unfair trade. I mean, would you rather get Suyo, get Granger and deal with a Suyo Loyi, or the opposite? But there is a solution. They instantly get Ivan, that Tigreal, they get Erland, that Iratel as an attempted solution.
I mean, like TLID can pick up the Alpha here, right? Because I feel like EVOS Holy, they prioritize the Suyo to kind of like lower the jungle picks, but the Alpha is still there. I don't know. Wait, Husky, let me remind you. We did say game number 2 that we let EVOS Holy's draft, right?
Yes.
Okay, so game number 3, I think they just I feel like it's just okay drafting, nothing too crazy, nothing too insane,
Yeah, I see this every day, even in my ranked games. So this is
even in ranked games.
Yeah, we see this in ranked games every single time. Arsa banned from TLID, now eliminating artillery, which has been a thing, from Farsight has also been kind of skyrocketing into the forefront of the draft.
I see what you did there.
Wipe out all the injustice in
flies.
the world.
Oh, I actually didn't think
get
of that, but thank you.
Yeah, I get it. TLID, right now, if we're not saying whether the draft is good or bad, I think they're making the correct decisions here, reading what Evo's Holy is trying to prioritize. I feel like the Tigro pick is pretty good, but I feel like it's more targeting the Lu Yi compared to the Granger, because we've seen Aaron Shiki using a Purified Granger, and he's still able to manage his distance very, very well. I feel like Lu Yi without Flicker is going to be much more difficult, because sure, if you take a Purify, you might be able to deal with the Tigro, but then you won't be able to deal with the Suyo. But in most team fights, it's the Suyo that you have to be worried about. So I believe this Tigro pick is to put pressure on the Lu Yi more so than the Granger. I mean, you can put pressure on the Alpha as well, but I don't know. Judging by how the game has been going, I feel like it's more about making sure that the mid laner doesn't get to do work.
I agree. I was even thinking of a chip pick for Liquid ID, but Evo's Holy read that, so great chip ban. Now, because there already is a Lu Yi, and we know that Liquid ID, they do play the chip. They've shown us during the M6. That game didn't work out, unfortunately, but it does add it into their resume nonetheless. Now, I mean, for Liquid ID, if they... What else do they have? I mean, they still got the Widdy, they still got Khaleed, Todd.
Maybe they can just pick up the Phoveus first and then figure out later. Oh, but no, they go for the Todd here, and it's still a flex. I'm not sure which lane is going.
Oh, yeah.
If we're looking at long range here, Eve has been banned out, the Sicilian has been banned out, the Farsight has been banned out. So TLID is really forcing Evo's Holy to have less range, and now they're picking up the Badang, which
Whoa.
I honestly love the Badang right now. This is gonna be a Badang EXP. The question is, what kind of build is he going for? Full damage, full defense, whatever. They pick up the Vexana now. Evo's Holy did draft. Kind of looks like they're still going for more of a team fight kind of draft, only with the caveat that the Suyo is able to deal with the side lanes.
Oh, yes. Oh, this is interesting. I mean, of course, high five
like the
coming around. I like what I'm seeing already from Evo's Holy. I mean, I like it just because we have the Badang. I think this is the second Badang pick in SPS challenge stage so far. But Liquid ID sticking to what they know best, get the Phoveus for a run, third game in a row.
Okay. Let's agree not to say which draft is good, but I believe you and me, Husky, we might go for one certain team to say like, oh, this draft looks pretty solid. They get all the meta picks, but again, we've seen how that really shapes up the game. Evo's Holy going up against CLID, it's not about the micro mechanics. It's honestly not even about the team fights. It's about catching your opponents off guard with off-tempo plays. So we really have to see how they move around the map. That's going to be more and more important. But again, if we're talking about the draft, I do want to see what kind of build that the Badang goes for, because the opponent is pretty tanky. And the Badang is actually a fighter that can deal with a lot of tanks very, very well because of the items that the Badang synergizes with. The only question is, will he actually go for that, or will he just go for a tank Badang?
We know that for a fact that the Thunderbelt is there. So what comes after the Thunderbelt? Game number 3, Evo's Holy on blue side and TLID on red. Of course, both junglers starting on the opposite side of the map, both with the orange. So you're gonna have Albert ending up on the top side in the gold lane, and Fabian is gonna make his way down bot.
Speaking of which, you know how a lot of the EXP laners were shaped by how easy... Oh, hold on, Deposit is taking a lot of damage from Ezekiel, and now Weedy wants to go for the kill. Deposit still holding on to his flicker, not gonna expend that too early. It's a good thing that the wave is not there. I think Deposit can get there in time to get his wave. So overall, not super punished here.
Yeah, and it's also the a situation of like Deposit just telling his teammate, just stop hitting the guitar. He's gonna kill me if you stack his passive one more time. So he gets out of there, not having to use the flicker, which is good. And topside, Aaron Shiki gets killed off. First blood for Albert once more.
Yeah, and he uses Purify as well. So if they want to, they can actually gank this lane. I was just gonna say, like, you'll look at meta EXP laners by how easy they stack their Thunderbelt, and I gotta say, Badang actually stacks it up very, very well. I average 30 to 40 stacks per game.
I mean, he stacks it up in a very unfair manner. You know,
Yeah.
let's just put it that way.
Yeah. It's very free. It's very free. But now looking at the rotations here, TLID does look like they want to go for something in mid. But it looks like Depazet is smelling it out. He's getting out of danger zone, and now even Fabian has to ult out. So Evos Holy was able to see the rotation coming in from TLID and was able to prevent the worst from happening.
Turtle should go over the TLID. Ivan just getting some info, but not able to do too much about that. Once more, TLID, even in the previous game, they have been essentially trading objectives, right? Like if whatever Evos Holy wants TLID, they're gonna get something out of whatever predicament that they are in. So nothing much was lost, honestly. Even if Aaron Shiki goes down, Evos Holy aren't really pressing on that wound just yet. We are going to end up being in a neutral state again, regardless.
I feel like it's gonna be neutral until Ezekiel decides to use the diversion. So I feel like that's kind of gonna be the call here. Oh, speaking of which, they're using it now for the EXP lane.
Albert also getting gone on. Diversion is brought in. Fabian, just enough damage. The pushback from Reggie is not enough. And Liquid ID, you can smell a potential dive. First of all, gonna try and clear out the wave. Reggie will do the same. Witty survives mid-side with the Revitalize. But Reggie, he's getting cornered like an animal. Fabian, Aran, Yehescu just teasing him. Reggie, just get the shield out first. Even uses the fist crack. Get some extra shield. Able to force Liquid ID to back off. Aran getting gone up by Depazet. Full combo. Aran and then another wall built by Reggie. Albert misses the stun. A flicker implosion by Ivan to bring them all back. You're not getting away after threatening us for so long. Ivan dies, but Fabian is going to go down as well. Reggie, another re-engage with the flicker. Gives his life away though. Depazet now in the red zone. Somehow both teams end up trading even.
Yeah, but look at that Louis though, man. Like every single time they want to move forward, oh, we got stuck. Oh, we got stuck. Oh, we got pulled back together. So this Louis pick is gonna be very, very disruptive for Evos Holy. And yeah, like we're talking about the timings here, and they're really just waiting for Ezekiel to use the diversion on one of the side lanes. They chose to go for the EXP, and we saw how Reggie was actually able to deal with the engage very, very well, getting a kill as well as an assist for himself. So overall, Evos Holy, they didn't lose too much in that trade, but it does show us the potential in the team fight where Ezekiel is essentially far away from harm's way and able to deal just way too much damage as well as displacement.
Even Reggie with this Badang, we see the constant knockback. Albert somehow steals the turtle away. Yehescu now needs help. Erlan on top of him. We even see the AOG committed is still, and even Trace so far. Ivan going down. Yehescu and Witty being on the trade. Reggie ends up falling. Another even exchange. A run underneath the turret. Jumps on the Depazet. Runs out of HP. Depazet flickers to safety. Albert against Fabian. Now getting the Blaster stun. Erlan to catch up with the Ducati. Rolls in his face. Albert on the killing spree. Evos Holy comes out on top.
Erlan is playing this so well. First of all, it was funny how Aran was able to get a kill onto Reggie. Reggie should not have died there, but the splash damage from the ult actually hit onto Reggie. But either ways, Erlan is playing this extremely well, being able to maneuver around the team fight, making it so that he's fully involved, and a lot of the crits did come on true. Right now, Evos Holy, they're winning because of Erlan. The way that he goes on to Ezekiel first and then able to avoid most of the big damage that Fabian tries to deal out, that Ezekiel is trying to deal out. This is very good. This shows the carry potential from Erlan as early as 4 minutes into the game.
Oh yeah, he's having a great time. 2-0 so far, so it does fast track his item progression.
Yeah.
Even when you look at the Liquid side, well, actually, there's no advantage for Evos Holy, right? They have been still trading even every now and then.
Yeah, right now for TLID as well as Evos Holy, I feel like Evos Holy, they're trying to catch TLID from a rotation. We see that Reggie is moving with the mid trio, but they're really not able to get anything just yet. And Ezekiel is actually doing a more defensive diversion, just moving around the map, getting Aaron Shiki's farm. So for some reason, both teams are not really looking to engage for now. Or I would say Evos Holy tried to look for engage, but TLID, they're not getting caught.
And well, mid-side AOG committed, Witty down to half, but Ivan, he's completely caught and taunted. Reggie! saves him with the fist crack. Ivan still dies, but has bought more than enough time. He was holy, finds 2.
Yeah, like right now if you're looking at the goal, it really is not moving that much. But Evo's Holy, game number 1, game number 2, even though they lost. In game number 3, they're really showing their prowess when it comes to the team fights. They're actually doing much better than TLID, which is a bit of a shock to me considering that Ezekiel is on that low E, but the main damage dealers, Erlan is avoiding it quite well. And like you said, Reggie is using this Badang quite well. Not really dealing that much damage, but really on that disruption. So kind of the same job that Lu Yi is doing.
Very destructive, in fact. And that also continues to help Erlan be in a very comfortable spot, right? Like he's not really threatened. Oh, big diversion into a big implosion. Not really where they want to be, but still they will try. Big Eternal God dropped on. Terrified to Yescu.
Wow.
He is dead. Erlan picks up that kill. Ivan just in the right place at the right time, and Iran forced to keep on going. Low hell members on the side of Evo's Holy. Ivan pushes them away, but still is not enough. And now Erlan getting stuck on. Albert tries to save him. Iran, but Reggie saves him once more, and Erlan walks away.
That must be so discouraging. Like TLID had like three opportunities to take down. No, 4 opportunities. Number 1, diversion straight onto Erlan, able to avoid that. AOG onto Erlan, able to avoid that. And then Fabian tried to go onto Erlan, like Ivan just pushed him away. Aran able to Inferno Pursuit onto Erlan, and he still survives. Like, that's the point where you tell your coach, what else could we do? We sent 4 dudes, 4 ult, 4 skills, whatever you want to call it. They sent everything. And Erlan survived, and Erlan was able to get a kill and an assist.
It's despair. I think that's what you call it. Still, I mean, you tap on the scoreboard and you realize that there really isn't any advantage, right? As much as it looked pretty darn cool that Evo's Holy is getting Erlan out of these predicaments every single time. Liquid ID are not too far behind. Ivan, another important. What was that damage from Erlan? That's already 2 dead from Team Liquid ID, and it's about to be a couple more Erlan. Just blast them with a heavy crossbow. Smokes in their face. Erlan has just completely massacred Team Liquid ID. Triple kill for the Irithel.
This is amazing gameplay being shown by Evo's Holy. Having good movements around the map, but really about how they're playing this team fight. But let's go back to the draft here. Like picking up that that Tigreal really to make it so that Ezekiel is forced on that Purify and not on that Flicker makes it so that it's so dangerous no matter where you are at the map, because you saw that the implosion got onto Ezekiel. He used the Purify. He was able to get out of it, but that's it. He doesn't have dashes. He doesn't have ways to get out of a sticky situation. And Erlan, 6 kills, incredible burst damage, is able to take advantage of no flickers. Like, even from the draft, Evo's Holy did an amazing job.
Just ran him down. Really, it could not get any more simpler than what we have just witnessed, I think.
I don't know, man. At this point, maybe in the future, if you're stuck in the same situation, maybe just bite the bullet and just pick up a flicker, man. Because Evo's Holy, they're really playing around this battle spell very, very well. Again, like I feel like as great as everyone from Evo's Holy is performing, Erlan is amazing. The other one is Deposit. The fact that Deposit is outranging Ezekiel a bit makes it so that the first kill actually hits either Ezekiel or Witty, making so that there's some form of disruption even without Reggie. Like this Vexana as well is using the range very, very well.
Honestly, I can already hear Merkel screaming, give Erlan more games. Right? That has always been the case. That has always been something that he's been backing up ever since we saw Erlan pop off in their earlier series against Homeboys a few days ago. It's like, Evos, let him play more. After this game, they better let him play more because he is, again, performing out of this world. Of course, with the help of his teammates, but you cannot have moments like this if you yourself aren't up to par. EVOS Holy have a pretty big lead, a 6k goal lead over Liquid ID.
Hold on. Ivan wants something, but Aran is able to spot it out. Just to go more on what you said, I believe this is what you call chemistry, right? Like Erlan is showing incredible chemistry with the rest of EVOS Holy. So yeah, more game time, man, for sure. 607 against TLID, against Aaron Shiki, against Ezekiel, against Fabian. Hello, excuse me. Like, this is as good of a reason as any just to say, like, yeah, maybe just let the kid play, man.
Yeah, you're up against a guy, you're up against a team that finished second on the world stage, and we're putting up quite a spectacle. I mean, the second Lord, well, first Lord, in fact, coming up in the
Let me just say, Husky, this is the kind of thing even Asian parents will be proud of. That's how good this is. Even Asian parents that don't understand video games, like, I don't know what's going on, but you're doing good. You look like
That's
you
my
have
boy.
an A. That's my boy. That's my boy. Now I have a child. Now I won't compare you to your neighbors.
For now, you gotta keep winning.
Yeah. Imagine me like, look at Aaron Sheik. He plays the game well and he's good looking. What about, you know?
Why can't you be more like him, you know?
Right now, EVOS Holy definitely big control around the game. TLID, you need, like, you know why I'm struggling, Husky? They already did the good things, right? They tried their best to get onto Erlan and they failed. Like, that's discouraging. That's to the point where you would second guess yourself if you want to do it again. I kind of feel like you should do it again, like, might as well, but, you know, inside the player's head, we're not sure what's the conversation going on in the comms here.
I feel like that almost could be the straw that broke the camel's back. You know, like when you throw everything at your target and it still didn't work out. But I do agree. I think you have to do it. You have to try again, especially at this moment, right, where the game could just end right then and there. I mean, this Lord's gonna slam into the inhib, so they are going to lose one for sure. Reggie just keeps them under control. It's not about getting the kills, but Reggie finds himself isolated. Aran has to flicker to safety. Again, the wall. My goodness, the cooldown is so short. So Erlan picks up his 7th kill. And I'm not really sure if TLID can continue standing up to this. Not with this Reggie in their face. They can try to go on at him. Reggie will take the punishment. Flicker to safety. All inhibitors down. Reggie now isolates Fabian. Albert turns around, helps him out. Fabian gets the kill, but cannot escape Erlan. Winnie gets caught out. Erlan finds a double kill. Another implosion. Triple kill for Erlan. In fact, it's an unofficial maniac. This is done and dusted. EVOS Holy makes it to Challenge Finals.
Take a wild guess and think who's gonna be the MVP for that one. But EVOS Holy moly, dude! Now I want to see what is the rest of our predictions, cause dude, look at EVOS Holy.
What have we just witnessed? This could be history of it on its own. Can you imagine Rora watching this right now at Renegade in disbelief? He wanted TLID, but right now it's EVOS Holy securing the 7th slot into the, well, actually not the 7th slot, but the 9th slot into the Challenge Finals to join the rest of the teams Onyx, PH, and RQ Hoshi, who are already there and waiting. But man, what a dominant game, which was even for the first, like, what, 7-8 minutes until that Erlan moment happened and it just completely fell apart for TLID.
Let me just say, even my cat got excited. Like, I don't know if you guys can hear the meows, but even my cat is like, yo, what was that? Like, especially Irritel, you know, like cousins,
Yeah.
cousins with my cat. But TLID, I feel like this is just one of those moments where they did everything that they could, but then because they failed once, they're not sure if they should try again. And you know, I feel like in the review, the coach will talk about it, whether it was worth it to try again or not. But you really feel the game was over when they went hard onto Erlan and nothing happened. I feel at that point, whoever is making the shot call lose all of their confidence and just don't know what to do next.
Yeah. This first phase Tigro pick also, the Evo's Holy prioritized, really paid off big time, right? Massive stuff in that mid game. You did say that sometimes you gotta bite the bullet and just take flicker, and Evo's Holy just took advantage of the fact that TLID really don't have a way to get out from that engage.
Dude, Erlan got 1,000 gold per minute. Usually we see this from the junglers. Dude.
Yeah, dude. We had a couple of 1k GPM, but is this a record though? That's what I want to know. Is this a record?
Dude, 1,000 gold per minute for Erlan, which is crazy. You would assume that gold laner should be getting the most gold anyways, but we rarely see it. And Erlan, like, this is an MVP showing, and this is amazing because of your opponents. Like, you're not just going up against run-of-the-mill teams. You're going up with one of the best.
One of the best.
One of the best, man. Like, this is a flex. This is gonna be a flex for sure. This is something that you won't have too much opportunities. This is the time where you go on Instagram and just be like, guess what happened today, guys?
I can't wait for ID social media to talk about this. I'm pretty sure they have a lot to say about what we have just witnessed here. Honestly, I myself couldn't have it any other way. Erlan 10-0-7. Give him more games in the next season. Please get him to the first squad if you have to, because this is a once in a lifetime performance that I don't think anyone would have expected to see.
1,009 gold per minute. Oh, dude, like, everything went right for Evos for this one, and I personally am excited to see Badang being used, and it's really just being used to disrupt. Now we're gonna look at the highlights here just to see how the movement's coming in, and every single time, look at Ezekiel. This is not to point out his fault, but this is to show how when you draft your opponent to where they have to make a choice, either Purify or Flicker, this is the kind of games that you can have. We saw in the first instance, Albert was the one that rushed straight over to Ezekiel and able to get the first kill there. But then this is like after that, you can start to see it's gonna be Erlan chasing the backline. We know how impactful a Luyi is supposed to be, but if the Luyi doesn't have a flicker, has no way to dash out, it doesn't make it bad. This is again probably the moment where you're just like, what else are we gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, just keep your eyes on Erlan, right? Like he is isolated from his team, is in quite a bad spot, hops in with a heavy crossbow, and even at one time gets pulled back by Aran, and I thought at this point he is straight up dead. Aran even committing a flicker, and it still was not enough. And then you had this play where Erlan just straight up one-shotted everyone with the setup of Ivan and Reggie. And this was where the game completely got out of control for TLID.
Yeah, I just like all the superhero moments. Like, if you're talking about Indonesia social media, they really should catch the moments where Ivan pushed people away. The moments where Reggie just you know, build a wall behind the dude. I don't know what to call that. But the way that the EXP laner and the roamer saved Erlan, this level of chemistry is something you wish that you can have in your own team. When your marksman, no matter how low your HP is, you always have someone to peel for you. Like, that's a game where you want to be a gold laner.
Oh yes, it's a wet dream for gold laners. Like, gold laners, we've always enjoyed having the privilege to be safe, to be protected, and no better position to be in than in Erlan's shoes. 2-1 for Evo's Holy over Team Liquid ID. TLID will have to go down to the lower bracket to even have a chance to stay alive in the challenge season. But this moment belongs to Evo's Holy, and once more, Albert is our MVP 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the pathing here coming in from Albert, he starts off with a double buff rotation first, and we can also see the absence of Fabian actually contesting for the Little Wanderer makes it so that Albert is able to get to level 4 very, very fast, to the point where I feel like he got level 5 just a little bit faster compared to Fabian. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but Albert, he went for a normal rotation, but I would say I would say the most impressive thing is how he really went to the back line and caused the disruption as well, especially the kills onto Ezekiel. Masterclass. But in this game, everyone did amazingly. Reggie did well, Ivan did well. We could get a heat map of everyone and we could just sing their praises.
For sure. I think, I mean, even for Deposit, right? We didn't get to talk about him much, but the crowd control that he provides with the Vexana has also been a big contributor in, you know, Evo's Holy getting all these engages that stopped TLID in their tracks, which eventually gave space to Erlan and Reggie to work their magic.
Yeah, either way, Evo's Holy definitely gets a lot of attention after this one. And we look at the champion mindset here. He has won a championship in MPLID Season 6, Season 9 with RQ Hoshi, in Season 12, Season 13 with Onyx ID, and the Season 3 Challenge Finals. Albert has been with very, very big orgs, namely RQ as well as Onyx, and now going into Evos as well. Maybe he's showing a little bit of leadership going on in EVOS. I'm not so sure how the dynamic is in the team, but we can definitely see the chemistry and it's reflected on the way that they play the team fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have someone who is so experienced, right? You always like to have someone that can lead the team, and Albert, he's been around for so long. Sometimes you even forget that how long he has been around for. And wow, what an opening series. I honestly thought that we would get a closer one when we head down to the lower bracket where the stakes were higher. But with that being said, this is just the appetizer. We got a lot more coming up. Next up, Bigatron Alpha, or what Mirko says, the champions of M7 up against Aurora. Right up in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Don't stop. Don't stop.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you beg me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
We're back with more action. MLBB at Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season 6. Now it's time for the Red Robots of Bigatron Alpha to take on the Borealis Northern Lights of Aurora in the upcoming upper bracket for Group D. Another best of 3 to see who goes on and secures the last direct invite to the Challenge Finals. My name is Sasuke alongside LaFell. Right off the bat, gotta look at their head-to-head in terms of signature picks and bans. Just like the match one, just like our first series, it was very different between the two teams.
Yeah, the one that immediately caught my eye is the average player damage per minute as well as gold per minute, mostly for Aurora. And honestly, Aurora in the Snapdragon Pro Series here has been performing very well. And we see Bigatron Alpha losing one game in the previous match. So between both teams, Aurora definitely looks a little bit more cleaner. But based on our previous game between Evos Holy going up against TLID, it looks like previous performances isn't going to matter too much because teams are adjusting very well in the current meta here. The only thing that I feel like is very notable here is the fact that Aurora bans the Louis a lot as well as the Matilda. So I'm not so sure if they're going to use the same strategy going up against Bigatron Alpha. But I feel like Bigatron Alpha, if they're going to be prepared for anything, you got to be prepared for Redijay's hero, because he's not known for a wide hero pool, but the heroes that he's famous for, he's really good at.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the same for Bigatron Alpha, where you have some pretty interesting, there's some pretty interesting approach, especially in that XP lane pool that we're going to talk about in just a little bit, because we got Luke in the XP lane, we got Super Ken in the jungle, Moreno mid, Pamela in the roam role, and Eman in the gold lane. So this time we don't see Theozy in the jungle. We got Super Ken stepping in up against Aurora in this important match, which makes it even more exciting.
Oh yeah, Super Ken, very amazing. You were talking about the EXP lane, and yes, you just refreshed my memory. Luke is an amazing EXP laner. I believe they already used Masha, and whew, that was incredible to watch.
Oh yeah, Masha with the 1-2 tap, and it was in a game where they had to go up against a Fanny, and then afterwards they even pick Akai, right? Akai XP, which also is an acquired taste. But if you are fond of colorful lights, I'm pretty sure you would like Aurora as well. We got the classic lineup. We got Edward in XP, Demon Kite jungle, Yue mid, Renegade roam, and Doming in that gold lane.
Yeah, and we were talking about EXP laners. We've heard in interviews where a lot of the EXP laners, they're like, I don't care going up against anyone. But Edward scares me. Like, for some reason, no matter how strong we make other EXP laners sound like, for some reason people just don't like going up against Edward. Edward just finds ways to win the lane or make it so that you just can't win the lane. It's like, he's not really losing, but he's making sure that you can't win. I feel like I should be going up against Edward to understand why people really dislike going up against him, but at the same time, I don't want my blood pressure to go up.
I mean, it's good to see that the Aurora players are in good spirits, in high spirits, in fact, right? Good interaction between Renegade and Demon Kite. Speaking about Demon Kite, he is looking forward to fight Bigatron Alpha because, first of all, one of his ex-teammates is there, Eamon is there. So I think that's something that he is looking forward to. I know a few days ago, he did talk about Bigatron Alpha, having a lot more than it meets the eye. I'm not really sure what he said, but the fact that I get to see Eamon against Demon Kite, I'm happy.
Yeah, they were former teammates at RSG Philippines, and Eamon so far really does look very, very strong inside of Bigatron Alpha. Really rock solid. It does look at Bigatron Alpha. Don't mind playing around him because his carry potential is very, very good. Looking at Demon Kite, he's known to be versatile. I feel like that's the biggest thing about Demon Kite. He can play a Boxia and he can play a Fanny. Very, very different style of heroes, but he can do the extreme and everything in between. So definitely Aurora, when it comes to the draft, I feel like they shouldn't have that big of a problem. But based on today's experience, I'm not gonna take the draft at face value because so far teams have been very creative, and I really like this approach of MLBB.
I agree. I think we had some opportunities to get used to all these fantastic upsets or surprises thanks to the M6 format. Even before that, right? SPS have been running GSL, we've been running Swiss round, so it's great to see. But right now we're gonna talk about this hidden character, Pamela, against the well-known Renegade. The overall stats, of course, Renegade miles ahead of what Pamela has shown, but also thanks to the heroes that they use, right? A more engaged type for Pamela's side, but Renegade, you give it the Matilda, it feels like it's lights out for you.
Yeah, it's so interesting because we're looking at one of the most well-known roamers against... We don't know how he looks like. We don't even know if Pamela is his real name, is his fake name. We don't know how tall he is.
Yeah, is Pamela human? I also want to know.
He could be a crocodile.
Yeah, that looks like a crocodile. That looks like a crocodile snout. I'm not gonna lie, just vertical, right? But it's good to see we're on the same page for this one too. I mean, we already got the first one wrong.
You know what? Production. Can I change my prediction? Okay, I guess that's a no. All right. I'm a.
Wait, they're changing it live.
2-0, Bigatron.
2-0 Bigatron.
2-0, yeah, 2-0. So I'm gonna be more confident than you, Husky. That's my thing now. I'm either gonna go opposite of you or I'm gonna be more extreme than you. This is how we're gonna roll.
Honestly, I thought you were gonna go opposite. So glad we're still on the same page. Just one less game. So let's see what the draft is gonna tell us. We got the Loyi Joy pick right now, right?
If not the Joy. Because the Matilda has been banned out. Like, we see Aurora really prioritizing that Matilda. Oh, Suyo. They prioritize the Suyo over the Joy. Very interesting.
Yeah, a couple of teams do that. I know Onyx PH also, they much prefer the Suyo over the Joy. So that means it's a Harry for BTR. You can keep the Joy for third pick, right? You just get the Pamela Cho once more.
Or not at all. Just pick up the Alpha, right? But start things off, we can already see signatures coming in from Bigatron Alpha, having the Harif as well as the Cho. We saw that Pamela, one of his favorite heroes, is Cho. Maybe. We really don't know. Pamela could actually like the Rafaela more. We just don't know, Husky, at this point. He's a mystery. I mean, it could be a she.
I mean, it'd be so interesting to see the Rafaela because it was also a Renegade thing, you know, back back in the days. Get the Iratel Khalid, nothing out of the ordinary. Hayabusa, okay.
So the Hayabusa is going to be very, very interesting because this shows that Bigatron Alpha, looking at the draft here, it looks like they want to outmuscle Aurora. Where when you go up against the Philippine teams, they're known for macro gameplay, controlling the map very, very systematically. And Bigatron Alpha, they have a composition where if our micro is better, we're just gonna win. Just because we press our skills much faster. So it looks like Bigatron Alpha, they might want to look for a draft that disrupts the movement around the river. At least that's what I'm predicting from the first 3 heroes that Bigatron Alpha responded against Aurora.
The Tigro ban from BTR, trying to dip into Renegade's hero pool right now, making sure that you kind of limit his options. Of course, there is still the Khalid up and available for that flex whenever they need it. Aurora looking down at Luke's hero pool, which again, he has shown the Masha and the Akai, you can never really shut him down. But at least you want to give yourself a more comfortable laning phase with the CC ban.
I'm wondering if they're just gonna go all out and actually go for more dive here, because the Cho, the Harif, as well as the Hayabusa, they're heroes that like to move forward. And we see that Aurora, they're banning out the CC. And CC is one of the heroes that can penetrate over to the backline and directly go against the gold laner. So maybe Bigatron Alpha, if they're going to consider a hero, I'm really thinking, do they want to go all in? Like, I'm not saying Lapu Lapu, but a style of hero like Lapu Lapu that can just immediately jump to the backline and immediately threaten heroes like Iritel, and then you know, just pray for the best.
I don't think they can go all in. I was thinking of like the thought, but I guess Badang, technically it's sort of like there's a potential to all in too. Kill the Dick and Venom.
What other heroes? I mean, technically, you could use the Cho EXP and then something else like a high loss. Honestly, even a high loss. Even a high loss is fine. Just open the glorious pathway just so that you can, you know, everyone can dive in. So there are options. There are options. It doesn't have to be a fighter. It can be a tank as well. So now Bigatron Alpha, like, both teams have not shown their mid laner so far, which is very, very interesting here. Louis, Eve, Farsa, Jushin is out.
We'll find a way.
Vexana is... Okay, Vexana gets picked up. Okay.
We still have the Aurora for UA. The Valentina is also one of his most comfort picks. Yeah, some good ultimates for the Valentina to steal too, if Aurora wants to go for that. Again, you have this flex that you need to review right now, right? I mean, this Khalid, we still don't know where he is going to go. I don't...
Wait, Lucas is still available.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Just to notice, the Lucas has been true, and if they pick up the Lucas, then Bigatron Alpha, they do have the option to just pick up a Phoveus, and technically Phoveus can jump onto the backline. We've seen the Phoveus Inferno Pursuit onto the Iridol. Not enough damage to kill, but definitely enough to disrupt. So they themselves, Aurora did themselves pick up the Phoveus and the Valentina. So this Phoveus is pretty good because, again, there's a lot of dashes from Bigatron Alpha, and Phoveus can kind of protect. And the glue!
Wow, I love this so much. At first, when I saw the CC ban, I was thinking, is this leading to a Phoveus pick? But then you have the glue as a response, which basically just denies what you want to do as a Phoveus, right? Like, you feel so helpless going into a glue matchup. But wow, I mean, both teams really showing their flair. Of course, BTR, there's been a lot of hype around them, especially today is the first time we're going to see Super Ken playing here instead of TOZ, so that is also exciting.
You know what, Husky, you've convinced me. I really feel like the Phoveus will have a good game here. Because so far, I mean, we haven't been reliable by talking about the matchups. You're like, oh, this is gonna be, oh wait, no, he's winning.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, maybe the Phoveus will win against the glue, and then the glue will be like, what am I supposed to do in this game?
That would be a revelation, though. I want to see that. Game 1 kick off right now. We got Aurora on the blue side. We got Bigatron Alpha on red. Let's see the jungle path in. It is going to be completely inverse. Both junglers starting as purple first.
Yep. So right now again, like I said it as a joke, but also they might have a way to deal with the glue, because they should understand that this glue is an option that Bigatron Alpha can use. So I feel like this is not them lacking. It's just that they understand the possibilities of what could be picked, and they're just ready for it. Right now, Renegade going up against Pamela. Looks like they're just making sure that the game doesn't speed up all that much. Pamela, he doesn't really have a choice. Going up against Renegade on this Khalid, he can force a lot of damage onto anyone for this mid trio. Might as well be Pamela here. So right now, Bigatron Alpha, they're just making sure that the Hayabusa gets free farm. Hayabusa can do a lot in the early game, but I don't know. I don't know if he can catch Yue. That's the biggest thing. I feel like he can impact the mid lane, but Yue plays mid very, very safely. I think it's gonna be hard to gank him.
Even for Luke, his approach with the glue, usually you would go for the flicker, right, for that snap engage. But Luke is going sprint this game. Talk about trying to catch up to people. Not just that, right? You can easily run away, I guess. I don't remember the last time I saw a sprint on glue, but it's definitely going to be quite a challenge to get away from an already sticky hero.
Usually people use the glue to really be harassing a lot in lane. Speaking of which, Renegade is taking quite a bit of damage, having to use the flicker to get out of that sticky situation. But yeah, usually you pick up the sprint to basically spam your first and second skill just to chase after people. It's not the best for the surprising mages, but it's definitely usable if you just want to go for 1v1 trades.
But jump onto Pamela, be terrified, gone on. Renegade and Edward onto Pamela. Pamela able to get away. Meanwhile, it's gonna be the Shadow use Super Can in and out. Red Trees the turtle tries to get away, but no Shadow kill means first blood for Aurora.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it's worth it. Especially it looks like Luke is gonna get taken down as well. So trading 2 for a turtle, obviously it's definitely not worth it. If you just lose one member, it's kind of okay, but you don't want to lose your jungler, especially because Hayabusa is definitely item dependent. Overall, Aurora, it's a small lead, but it's a lead that I believe Bigatron Alpha can really feel in this game.
And even lost your glue 2 topside. Emman. So in a 1v1 against Domain, but ends up coming out on top, right, even in terms of experience. So, I mean, for Bigatron Alpha, it's still manageable. Aurora not really breaking too far ahead just yet, at least not with such an early engage. But we are seeing the power of Aurora. Plenty of damage and crowd control, but also their decision making in these small skirmishes, right? Being able to focus fire down key targets.
By the way, just to remind you, if Luke doesn't have a good game, we're not allowed to talk about hero interactions anymore.
Okay.
We'll just be like, okay, it's this versus that. You know, things could happen. Anyways, right now, Pamela so far hasn't been super aggressive. As I say that, he goes for a kick onto Renegade, and looks like Renegade is gonna get taken down. Super Ken gets the kill. Okay, I guess we can't talk about them being aggressive fast. I'm learning. Don't talk. That's the lesson of the day.
They say every tournament has its own taboo, and apparently SPS so far is just anything's a taboo.
Gonna make our jobs a little bit difficult. That one's for sure. Turtle's gonna spawn very, very soon. Pamela doesn't have his way of the dragon yet. Looks like he's able to get out of there, and he has provided vision. He saw that Aurora has 3 members there already positioned for this sort of fight. But looks like Luke is the first to rotate over to mid. Edward's gonna come back a little bit later, but looks like this is gonna be a big fight here, Husky, for the turtle.
Bigatron Alpha having essentially the full team around. You can say the same for Aurora. White Emma, he's trying to push Domain away. Renegade needs a chip damage. Luke turns on to him. He's going to be ready. Sandstorm to the back. Pamela getting terrified. Could not get a kickoff, so he is gone. Luke also explodes. And unfortunately for Moreno, he will have to flicker out of the way. Aurora wins with 2 kills.
Yeah, and I would say the engage is crazy. And I believe Yue, like, I think a big burst of damage on Delu is actually coming from Yue. Now Edward is just zoning in and as well as Super Ken off. Domeng is able to get that turret, and this is not looking good for Bigatron Alpha, because honestly, looking at the draft, in terms of scale, I kind of feel like Aurora's scale is just a little bit better compared to Bigatron. I could be wrong because, you know, we've been wrong the entire day.
Aurora starting to build a bit of a lead too. I do wonder where this glue kind of fits into the equation right now. Both times, Aurora have been able to turn on Luke, where it really felt like that shouldn't be the case, where your glue survives a lot longer. But losing that top tier 1 is also going to make Emma's life slightly harder. Losing that bit of space that he wants to farm with. It feels so unsafe. Aurora switching the attention to the bot side, and that is going to spill over to Super Ken too, who wants to be able to farm.
Yeah, looking at the gold difference here, if you're looking at the EXP, it's actually quite a big difference. 700 gold. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference here. And Pamela is looking for an opportunity to get a kick, but really no kick is to be found. Super Ken goes in, maybe able to clear the minion, but oh, Pamela actually goes in.
Finds the kick into a Terrify. And that is going to be Domain and Renegade both taken down, but Luke does trade his life for it. Bigatron finds a positive trade, and he's gonna be equalized instantly. Good re-engage. Super Ken falls.
Right now, Demon Kite is using this CEO very well. Able to wait for the engage. Just waiting for his cooldown so that he can actually stun someone up and then follow up with the damage. He's playing this very patiently. Using Renegade very well, where just letting Renegade take the brunt of the damage and then goes back in. Something that Aurora is doing quite well is really forcing their front lines to absorb most of the abilities coming in from Bigatron Alpha, and then afterwards leaving Demon Kite very free, leaving UA very free. Maybe Bigatron Alpha, they need to start seeing this this situation unfold and be a little bit more careful whenever you see Renegade as well as Edward.
And then a knock up on Pamela. No kick this time. Renegade tries to look for Radiant Sandstorm only onto Pamela, so Edward will be forced away by Luke as they take care of Renegade and Demon Kite. Bigatron Alpha this time finds a way better engaged Luke. Finally, in a more durable state, will survive. Bigatron Alpha finds the first positive trade of this game. Looking for the mid-tier 1. Want to force him away. Domain will get the Purify out Demon from Emman. So Bigatron Alpha is able to get the turtle, and also the orange buff to go over to Super Ken.
One of the biggest difference in that fight compared to the fights before was that Pamela hold on to the Weighted Dragon, because we saw that Demon Kite went in after seeing the Eternal Guard going down. He felt like all of the crowd control abilities have been used, so he feels a bit safer to engage. But then Pamela just goes in, use the Weighted Dragon onto Demon Kite, and after Demon Kite gets taken down, that's the goal for Bigatron Alpha, to continue on to the fight.
So, complete equalized state. They're gonna turn it around, extend the lead. Renegade misses the ultimate. He's gonna get terrified, and he is gone. A 1-for-1 trade that quickly goes in the favor of BTR. Edward and Renegade fall again.
Yeah, Super Ken now is getting a bit of a groove here, especially after he secures his Blade of Despair. Gonna deal quite a lot of damage, especially if he's able to isolate anyone. So this is very good for Bigatron Alpha. Getting 2 good pickoffs has really generated a lot of momentum for them.
UA steals the split just to get away. But we are also seeing the damage potential of Emman. Actually hits like a truck. Super Ken was trying to find an assassination, couldn't find it. Next objective, which is the Lord, coming up on the top side of the map. Bigatron Alpha, they're gonna have a bit of control of the game, but once more, it is pretty even in terms of net worth.
Something to take note. Throughout the fight so far, it's always Bigatron Alpha initiating. So far, Aurora, they had one engage-ish. They have an engage-ish where Renegade as well as Edward is poking the front line, but then Bigatron Alpha collapses onto them. Not saying good or bad, it's just an observation here where Bigatron Alpha and Aurora, Bigatron Alpha is the one that is more often initiating the fight, and Aurora is the one being forced to respond.
It does feel like it. We've seen plenty of attempted counter engages from Renegade, and of course it's not the easiest skill to land, right? We have flickers with purifies and dashes from Bigatron Alpha. But this lore is going to be crucial. I mean, you have a neutral bottom wave, so the teams aren't too worried about it so far, which is why Super Ken wants to force potential reaction. In fact, planting himself on the bottom side to get there with the push in once it crashes. No, actually decides against it. So it is still going to be neutral.
Right now, this is actually very good for Bigatron Alpha for two things. Number one, Hayabusa can play the side lane so well because Hayabusa as well as Suyo likes the Lord Dance. Hayabusa doesn't really. Oh, Conceal being used. Renegade hit no one.
Doesn't get a flicker out of Moreno, and that's pretty much it. Gotta be very careful to walk into all these pokes of BTR. Supercan has already set up a slow push on the bottom wave. The turret is down. As much as Aurora wants this dance, it feels like eventually you would just have to stop playing into BTR's hands, right? This side wave, they're not going to clear themselves, and Aurora don't really have the best tool for it.
The thing that makes this decision difficult as well is if Aurora commits and they don't get Iman has the Holy Crystal. Iman has the potential to get an immediate triple kill, and then once the triple kill has been done, it's going to be very easy for Bigatron Alpha to finish off the fight. So Aurora is playing a losing match here.
Dangerous territory. Luke is so dangerously low. Domain from the back. They see him. Renegade trying to just hold on, but he's going to get blasted by Eman, who is there in the middle of three people. Purify out. Able to dash to safety. Yue wants to finish him off. Finds to terrify Eman. Still dashes away. A kick from Pamela. Eman ends up getting assassinated anyways, despite the best efforts of BTR. And Aurora finds the fight that they have been looking for. 4 kills for them. Luke, the only one left alive. Edward jumps on top of him. Demon Kai shows up and just slices him in half. Wipe out for Aurora.
It's unfortunate that most of the team fight happened behind the banner. We couldn't really see what's going on, but overall, Bigatron Alpha was able to get the Lord, but at what cost? Because Aurora won the team fight. I really believe that everything that we say is just gonna go in reverse. So you know what?
Great working with you.
I'm at a loss for words here. I don't dare use my words.
Honestly, I feel like this only happens when we get paired up. I personally haven't experienced a curse as potent as this.
Are you saying that I should apologize?
No. I'm just saying that it just so happens that when we're together, you know.
Yeah, we have a different kind of chemistry. I'm not saying it's good chemistry, but we have chemistry.
I was looking for the word. You know, Magic Chess. You know the synergy. Yeah, this is the synergy. It's called curse.
Like Abyss.
Yes.
Okay. We're playing like this. There's a lot of engulfed damage, but now it looks like Pamela is scouting as well. Right now, Bigatron Alpha, they're trying to play both sides of the map. Reggie finds Iman. I really have to see a replay to see what really happened, but I believe what Aurora did was just kite out of Iman's Zaman force, and then once it times out, then they start engaging. So that's gonna be something that Bigatron Alpha has to keep in mind. That Aurora, they don't wholeheartedly just engage. They're completely willing to have a false engage and then kite away from all these big abilities and then go in again. So it's something that Aman has to keep in mind. Just because he's using the Zaman Force doesn't mean that Aurora will stick and fight it out.
Not just that, but also how, you know, Aurora has some pretty nasty gap closes, right? Like Domain, Yue, Demon Kite. The Terrify from Yue has been so lethal for Bigatron Alpha to deal with, right? Suddenly you lose control of your hero thanks to the Shadow Strikes. Now Aurora's gonna pivot towards the bottom side. You gotta deal with the wave first. That's one. Open the map. Most importantly, that's where the next Lord is going to spawn.
Looking at the situation here, 10 seconds before the Lord spawns, Perken now has the Malefic Roar. So Renegade as well as Edward will be will be in trouble if they actually get caught by Super Ken. Looks like Bigatron Alpha does have priority over this Lord. They're gonna pull the Lord over to their side. But again, Aurora looks like with this kind of lineup, they can charge them through because, like you said, Husky, they have a lot of gap closers. So this, like, no matter the situation, it does look like Bigatron Alpha, they have to always be aware of a sudden engage.
Comes up to Pamela. You can get any sort of an engage. See Demon Kai. This target is going to go for a good cancel by Edward. That could have been the undoing of Demon Kai. In fact, Luke would be forced away too. Aurora doing some very good housekeeping, making sure that Bigatron Alpha doesn't get much of a chance to engage. They do lose the top tier 2 thanks to a stacked up minion wave, and that is still going. But Rora committed to this play. Renegade with the conceal, looks for Luke first. They're all split apart because the Eternal got stolen by Yue. Pamela in the pit, trying to fish for any opportunity, just cannot find any. Domain now shows up. Liquor kick, unfortunately, wrong direction. Domain will be able to survive. Aurora gets the Lord. Super Ken in the back line, trying to fight for any kill. They're all so low.
No!
Super Ken finds no one, and Demon Kai once more prevails.
That's a feel bad, not just for Hayabusa, but for any assassins. Like, that's a situation where in your mind, this looks like a maniac. I just need to hit one of you. I hit one, and I'll get some kind of momentum, and I can do it again and again and again and again. But Aurora, so elusive, able to dodge away from the Hayabusa so well. That's a feels bad. Like, that's one of those situations that can go incredibly great or incredibly awful, and it's unfortunate that one was incredibly awful.
Oh, it's unfortunate to say the least. 4 low health members on the side of Aurora, and none of them were collected. So Aurora taking advantage of the Lord, had to bust down that first inhibitor mid lane. Bottom lane now under siege as well. Luke is about to explode, forced to use the split. The Bigatron Alpha mounts the base defense for now. Aurora finding a decent chunk of a goal lead, 6,000. Doesn't seem like they are stopping though. It might just all come down to Eman to try and keep Bigatron Alpha afloat in this late game phase.
And Aurora is pressuring this inhibitor as well. Looks like Moreno looking for that, but it doesn't look like he hit anyone. Moreno J gets 4, and now the engage goes in. Moreno is very, very low, but looks like Amon is the first to fall. But it looks like Moreno is gonna get taken down by Yue. Demon Kai secures a double kill. And Super Ken is trying his best, but looks like he is gonna get taken down as well. Only Pamela survives the engage from Aurora.
And Renegade with heroics, he's been really struggling to hit big raging sandstorms because Bigatron Alpha kept dodging it the whole game, but that one was the only one that really mattered. Aurora takes game 1 over BTR.
Something that I have to say is that we have to watch this game and how did Aurora keep splitting up the team fight, because every single time it doesn't look like Bigatron Alpha has a very clean way. Like we keep seeing Bigatron Alpha getting split up, and I don't know if that's because of Bigatron Alpha or because of Aurora. I tend to believe Aurora forced it. Aurora forced them to split up, and then basically forcing a 1v1 5 times.
I agree. Even in the second last fight, we saw Super Ken not able to collect anyone, right? Despite there being 4 low health members, it's the product of Aurora just pulling apart BTR's team comp, who really wants to play in a tight area thanks to having the Harif. But once you start kind of gaining distance between yourself and the Harif, Eman really loses a lot of that steam. This entire game really came down to Aurora. Renegade, 6 deaths out of 10, but still, he has played a pivotal role in just getting BTR to commit and opening up space for the rest of his team.
By the way, Husky, we're not allowed to say this is a winning or losing lane. You know, just letting you know. Luke didn't have the best of games. Not saying it's because of Edward, but kind of because of it. At least we can say it didn't look like Edward was having a hard time in lane. It actually looked like Edward was controlling Luke very, very well. And in this game, it looks like Edward's job is honestly just to protect Demon Kite. And he did an amazing job. Every single time you see either Pamela go in, Super Ken go in, or Luke go in, Edward is there to prevent any kind of engages going in. So I feel like Aurora has some kind of buddy system where they have, I don't know, like Team A, Team B. You have 2 different team fights in one setting.
I mean, I would even go as far as to say that, you know, Yue is one of the hidden MVPs in a lot of these team fights, right? Like the peel that he provides for his team is so valuable because it stops BTR from just running in their face. They handle Super Ken incredibly well. Obviously, we see BTR reach the point where they felt like they needed to make something happen. You know, we saw that with Moreno, we saw that with Super Ken, and even with Pamela too. Aurora just a lot more composed when all the chips are down.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that Bigatron Alpha has to be careful going into game number 2 is how they approach the team fights, because they look very split when it comes to, especially during the Lord Dance, where their positioning is. It almost looks like they try to. What is kapong in English? What is kapong? Kapong.
Oh, surround.
Yeah. They're trying to surround Aurora. Like, they try to circle Aurora in by creating a box around them, but it really didn't look like that was a good idea going up against Aurora. It didn't look like Bigatron was playing a front to back. It looked like they were trying to go from many different angles, but it just ended up looking like it was a very split team fight.
And I think it also is one of the. It's also the approach of we want to get our assassin to the back, right? We want Super Ken to slip into the back. And most of the time, you probably don't even see Super Ken on the screen until the fight is almost done and dusted because he is so far back. And that's his job. It's just unfortunate that he's not able to do too much because at the end of the day, BTR, you're relying primarily on Emman to dish the damage. So Demon Kite able to clean up house, 84% kill participation, and the MVP of this game.
Yeah. Aurora just looks very, very, very solid here. And yeah, Demon Kite first picking the Suyo and just doing so much with it. And in this game, Joy was not present at all. We see from, I would say since M6, Joy is very heavily favored. But definitely Suyo has shown up to be one of the most consistent heroes so far, especially here in the SPS, where he just has everything in his kit. He has a lot of dashes, he has iframes, he has damage reduction, he has range, he has heal, he's tanky, he does damage, he farms fast. At this point, what can't Suyo do? I'm pretty sure he can probably cook fried rice as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Suyo is what do you call assassin by day. He's a chef by night. He's a no. We say he's zaddy. I believe that's the Gen Z term. I could be wrong.
Zaddy. I don't know, man. But he protect, he attack, he does it all. And look at this. Every single time, it looks like it's a split team fight. Look at how Edward is zoning away Super Ken, and in a way zoning away Eman as well. Almost every single time, Renegade is occupying maybe 2 or 3 members, and then Edward is occupying 2 or 3 members. Yue is protecting someone from the back line. And then you look at Bigatron Alpha, where they're a little bit split here, where many different team fights is going on. Like, just in this frame, you see that everyone is, like, even Pamela does not know whether Pamela should go back or move forward.
This was the fight where Emman has an opportunity to really go big. Like, Pamela did everything he could to save Emman, and unfortunately, because Emman went down, Aurora just snowballed out of control, right? And all these small minuscule details that gave them the eventual lead. And I mean, even I just noticed the item build at the very end. Demon Kai somehow has a garden helmet for the extra regen. You know, knowing that there's no way the Bigatron Alpha is going to take them down. Emman once more, this fight, like, is so pulled apart that Emman knows that there is no way he can fight. And of course, desperation play for Moreno, leading to Renegade having the godliest of Raging Sandstorm to close out the game.
Yeah. So I feel like fundamentally, I think it's more like this game, Aurora played very well, but it's more on Bigatron Alpha not really executing what they wanted to execute in this game. So congratulations to Aurora for winning the first game in this best of 3 match. In the early game, it didn't look like Bigatron was doing well, but again, Aurora just came back and then fully took control of the game. So now I feel like for Aurora, they can just rinse and repeat, do what they did in game number 1, and it's on Bigatron Alpha to really just I would say solidify of what they did, make less mistakes, and then they should be good.
Yeah. One thing that I would like to comment about Aurora is definitely how they approach these team fights. We saw the same we kind of saw the same level of composure when they went up against Toad. These extended team fights, these split-second decisions. Aurora, they got it all on lockdown, right? They were so good at manipulating the situation. They're so good at just all this push and pull that at the end of the day, you'll feel like you're the one overcommitting onto them. And even Demon Kai's heat map doesn't have to do much. Primary staying on his side of the map and taking objectives for his team and letting the rest, letting Edward do the front lining, and he just comes in as the cleanup crew.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Demon Kite is that he engages. He is going to use the initial stun onto the opponent. Just going to deal a bit of damage, dash out, and then be the finisher. So he essentially is the enabler and the finisher at the same time. So he's playing this Suyo utility and damage as well. So Demon Kite playing really helping out the team, because we saw that Renegade was not having a good time engaging except for the final engage in the bottom inhibitor. Other than that, Renegade was not having a good time engaging. So Demon Kite took it on himself to have this pickoffs. And I like that Demon Kite just understood that he had to do a little bit extra in his game, and he did it well.
Yeah. They did say that he is one of the few flexible junglers, right? He can be the tank and he can be the assassin. And I mean, his Suyo has been great. It's very opportunistic. That's why he kind of ended up as our MVP and having so much coverage around the map. So Aurora taking the lead and putting themselves in a very strong position, honestly, to potentially just walk away with this series. Whereas for Bigatron Alpha, they had the right idea. But once more, when we get to these long, drawn-out, exhausting team fights, it seems like Aurora just feel a lot more composed and coordinated.
I mean, Bigatron Alpha, I would say they took a risk by picking the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa we saw in the mid game really popped off. A lot of damage. I feel like it is an amazing hero, and I feel like Super Ken piloted it very, very well. But if that's really the case, maybe the surrounding draft has to play around it, because one thing that Aurora was able to exploit, now that I'm talking about it, is that Bigatron Alpha's draft plays around cooldowns, plays around the skills, not playing around basic attacks. So Aurora is able to bait all the important skills out first, and then ensuring their victory inside of the team fight. And this is what we see Filipino teams are able to exploit going up against teams from Indonesia, where they just force out all of the skills and then they re-engage into the fight. So maybe, just speaking out loud, Bigatron Alpha has one or two heroes that doesn't need all of their skills to really give a big impact in the game.
Sounds like we could be looking at some heroes like maybe the Khalid is really one of them. We'll just have to see what the draft tells us, right?
I would even say something like the High Loss, where even if you've used all your cooldowns, you're bringing an impact in the game.
That too, yeah, I agree. It's a bit of a switch up in terms of the bans for sure. At least for Aurora's side, banning out the Fanny. The Joy also getting banned out.
So this time Aurora bans out the Joy. It looks like they're trying their luck if they're able to get something like a Granger or any kind of immobile marksman here, because in game number 1 they didn't really care about it. Or the Granger isn't banned yet. I wonder if Aurora doesn't ban the Granger, they don't have the Joy to counter it unless they feel like the Suyo is efficient enough to deal with it. In fact, if Aurora bans the Granger here, I can see Bigatron Alpha instant picking the Suyo.
Aurora does have the Irritel. It has been one of the few responses to a Granger. We've seen it plenty of times. The Irritel, and sometimes people go for the Farsight even, or any sort of artillery. But I think after match 1, you would want the Suyo on your side. I know Demon Kai plays a very mean alpha, but without the Matilda, it might be slightly different. Yeah, Drusin also needs to be banned out.
Jushin banned out here. Now it's on Bigatron Alpha. They do pick up the Granger here. So Aurora, they can pick up the Suyo and then a +1. I don't know if they want to show their Irritel this fast, but I'm just not sure what other things they want to prioritize. Maybe the Cho. Maybe give Renegade the Cho or the Tigreal.
That could be the Cho Tigreal, yeah.
Yeah, something a little bit more comfortable for him.
We could. I mean, he did play the Khalid in the previous game too, so there is that. The Yves, we forgot.
Oh, we forgot about the Eve, yeah.
The Yves and Suyo. Strong openings. Of course, if you are Moreno, there is still the Valentina, you know, to take the RWM. But UAE, how could we forget about that?
If you want to play range, just play with the Granger as well. Maybe even something like a Sicilian. The thing is, I don't know if Aurora will give the time for you to scale up. Bigatron Alpha, probably gonna pick up the Alpha here, the name. If they don't pick it up, it's gonna be a little bit trouble here because unless Supercan really just wants to use assassins and doesn't want to touch the fighters. But I feel like having a Granger, you need something like a Fragment, something like an Alpha, a crazy front line. It looks like they're gonna have that crazy front line with the Phovius, but still going on for the Hayabusa. Which, to be fair, Supercan piloted the Hayabusa beautifully.
Yeah. And also you have an Eve who will be stationary, right? So you can get on top of the Eve, you can somehow get Moreno, not Moreno, you can somehow get Luke in. I can see the vision, for sure. That means that Aurora might just look for a hero to try to protect that back. We still have the Tigro of Reda J. The Cho is still there as well. In fact, I personally am looking at the Tigro more than the Cho itself.
I feel like they should pick up the Iritel here, because if not, it's probably gonna get banned out. Unless they don't want to use it anyway. So they do pick up the Cho. We talk about Reda J's hero, so they pick up the Cho instantly here. But what's the marksman's gonna be here, Husky? Because probably it's gonna get banned out, right?
Yeah, I think so. Probably that, or I mean, there's still the Moskov for Domain. We've seen him play Moskov too. In the event those two get banned out, Irita and Moskov get banned out,
Claude,
Claude, I guess.
But yeah, Nathan's probably not gonna be good against the Hayabusa. But good shout out. I feel like with this kind of composition, Moskov and Iritel is a very good ban for Bigatron Alpha.
I agree.
Of course you agree. You were the one that said it. No, I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you. Okay, I'm playing.
You have a point. You have a point. The Tigro ban first. You know, it was now they did take Pamela Show away, so ban the Tigro. If you're looking for any sort of an engaged heroes, I know BTR did play the Jawhead tool. Not really sure if the Jawhead would work here though.
Hey, Badang.
Badang roll.
Suyo comes in. You dash in, put the wall behind him, fist crack. That Suyo ain't gonna be living that long. I'm just saying. As this season, Badang main, Badang is pretty high. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
If not, you could go for a Edith. Though we don't see too many Edith roams nowadays.
Edith is more of an Edward pick.
Yeah.
They're still open, that they still have that XP lane that they haven't really decided on yet.
Aurora, if they want to go for the roam, this is the problem that I see, Husky. How do you target Pamela? Because you don't even know who he is. You don't know what kind of heroes he likes.
I think Ivankai has a good idea of who he is.
I mean, like, you can say that, but Pamela could be anyone. So they just decided we can't ban out Pamela because we have no idea. Like, maybe he could use the Franco. We never know. So just ban out the Valentina. Make it a bit safer, right?
You know what? The one pick that I miss in the roam row is definitely the Kaja.
Ah, Kaja, the bird.
The bird.
The cuckoo hee-haw. Those two don't mix together. I don't know why I
was
said
like,
that.
was Kaja from Texas? What?
No,
what am I
no.
missing?
Another one is Diggy. Diggy is also a cuckoo bird.
Diggy,
Not exactly cuckoo. By the way, you called it. You called the bands. This is gonna be very, very good. So now Aurora. I don't know. Outside of the Cloud, I'm not so sure what other picks they want to go for. Oh, the Harif.
Harif. That's it.
Harif, yeah.
I mean, it's always great to have the Granger on your end because you are just scaling. It's like having a Sicilian, right? But dealing physical damage. Speaking of which, is the Sicilian still good if Bigatron wants it?
I honestly feel Sicilian is pretty good. I really do feel like Sicilian is pretty good. It's just that there's so much dive here from the Cho as well as the Suyo, makes it a little bit more difficult. Moreno has shown that he can play around this kind of dive heroes, but now they add another one, they add a CC as well, so it's gonna be much more difficult for Moreno to dodge all of these engages coming in from Aurora.
Not just that, but also in the lane matchup against the Phovis, right? CC essentially just ignores what you want to do. What you want to do is you just trade with you for days on end, get the War Axe, and you generally don't care about trades. In fact, extended trades is what the CC is looking for.
Yep, and then once the CC gets enough stacks on the War Axe, she jumps onto you, curtain calls, and then just spins the yo-yo faster, and then you just die. So Aurora, they have a lot of ways to go for the fight here. Bigtron Alpha, oh, all right, oof, all right. They become a Novaria, which I theorize because Husky, you probably don't know this, but I play with tanks that don't like to cover for the backline. I use Novaria, I can survive. It's just that even between a Sicilian and a Novaria, a Sicilian scales faster than a Novaria. Just putting it out there. But the Novaria does help out the Granger by increasing the range or increasing the hitbox, making it much easier for the Death Sonata to actually hit his targets.
I suppose the same for having a Tot for the Phobius, right? You just magnify the enemy hitbox to land AOG, which is a very important spell. Now that I look at it, we are falling into the same same conversation where Megatron Alpha essentially only has one way of engaging. I don't consider Phovis as a engager. I'm just looking at the Gatot. So again, it's a callback to the conversation that has been brought up a couple of times. The Gatot, is it good enough to be a solo engager? I personally think not. But we'll see if BTR can prove me wrong. Game 2, Megatron Alpha, Red Robots on the blue side. We got Aurora on red.
Yeah, honestly, Gato Kacha doesn't really engage. He kind of wants to counter-engage. If he wants to engage, it's honestly with his second skill. It's not with his ult. You kind of want a team fight to be happening at the moment, and then you use it. Right now, Moreno taking a lot of damage. Just the first interaction, he almost died.
Wow, that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah.
See, Novara doesn't really have the most health pool. I know when Novara came out, I was obsessed with this hero. I feel like it's one of the more unique ones, but she has glaring weaknesses. First of all, very cooldown reliant. Second of all, she is made of paper. You could pop her very easily. Not to mention that it's a Yeef and a Cho.
I would argue that paper is more durable.
The Novaria?
Yeah, I would say Novaria is like paper is more durable than Novaria, and Edward just gets a solo kill onto Luke. Oh, the EXP laners today are not having a good time, Husky.
You know what I say? I can only be wrong about XP matchups so long. I can only curse SP matchups for so many times. This one, it really feels a lot more straightforward. But that first blood is gonna hurt. The fact that Luke, he knows he was dead, so he didn't even pop the flicker. That's, I guess, the silver lining. But still, it's going to cause some problems when we come to objective fights. Renegade is just gonna eat that up, no problem. Aurora have already gotten one lane, in fact 2 lanes under control. Mid lane also kind of in a mess.
I gotta say, Husky, as someone that has been playing EXP lane intensively, he had one of 2 thoughts just now. Either what you said was correct, I'm gonna die anyways, I'm not gonna use my flicker. Or, there's no way I die here, right?
Yeah, there's no way I die, yeah.
It's either or. It's either or. It's like, there's no way I die here, right? Either ways, right now, Luke still gets level 4, so not really all that punished. Going up against Aurora here, you really want Luke to be distracting Aurora and then allow Pamela to actually go to AOG. With that being said, Pamela should probably absorb some minions here, because if not, he's not going to get level 4.
Luke, he's struggling to walk out forward. Look, he's just getting poked into days on end. Demon Kite was the easiest steal of his life. And Luke goes down once more. Double kill for Renegade.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I really feel like Pamela should have just strayed away from the fight. go and get mid lane so that he gets level 4 and then able to follow up Luke, because staying at level 3 for extended time as a roamer in that position really did not help Bigatron Alpha. That's number 1. And number 2 is that their mid laner is a Novaria. It's just utility. Novaria in the early game does not have enough damage. Once she has 3 items, she can deal the most amount of damage in the game for sure. But right now, she can't do much. So this kind of engages is just, I don't know, prolonging the inevitable. It's really not worth it. It's really not worth it when your mid laner can't deal that much damage.
Yeah, especially if you want those big bursts, it comes from the Star Shatter. Big skill shot too. A lot of factors to consider. Edward 1 full level ahead of Luke. 4x should be done pretty soon. This jungle completely compromised. Super Ken, I don't see any chances of him getting purple buff. Moreno is straight up dead.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know, at this point, can you even scale up? Oh, look, it's dead here. He is dead, right?
Yeah.
All right. Eventually. But right now, the score is 5-0. And CC is just gonna scale even harder. Moreno should scale, but it's gonna take some time. So whether they like it or not, they gotta play for Aemon at this point. Hoping Aemon can carry. Moreno is just gonna toss out the Astral Echo, making it easier for him to hit his abilities, but it's 4 minutes of the game, and there's already almost a 3,000 goal lead for Aurora. 3,000 is like half an item for each member.
With the total net worth, right? Aurora with a 3k lead. Pamela, gonna find Renegade. That's it again. You don't really have a way to lock him down. The XP lane is busted. That's thanks to Edward now having an incredible lead. Demon Kai gets caught. They throw everything at him. Demon Kai with the iframe gets out. And that's pretty much it. You get the turtle, but Domain is uncontested. Here comes Killua. Supercharge. He's going overclock this time. Super Ken is dead. Domain keeps on going. Pamela is going to go dark after that one. 3 more for Aurora, the cost of a turtle and Renegade.
I like that they had initiative where they want to do something. They don't want to just stand still and let Aurora take everything. But at the same time, I think they sacrificed too much. I feel like if Luke goes down, it's whatever. He's in a losing matchup anyways. Just let him tank up. But the rest didn't have to go down. The fact that Super Ken was taken down, that was something that they could not have risked, in my personal opinion. They should have just let Luke die. Once they get the turtle, get out of there.
I mean, even right now, Aurora, it comes to the stage where Super Ken, like, what do? You're you're almost 2k, but you're 1.5k behind Demon Kite. You only got Hunter Strike. That's not enough damage. We saw them even trying to control Yue, but it really does not matter what Bigatron Alpha is doing right now. And time is running short. Like, I don't think they even have time for Emma to skill back up, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and now the real competition hits onto Eamon. Eamon is just trying to dance away. Yue actually get caught. Yue is doing very low. Look, gets a kill, but now Killua is dancing all around the fight. EOG has to be used defensively. Super Ken goes back in. Looks like he doesn't really have an angle to actually get a kill, but this is good. Just straight Luke. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, just like at this point, Luke, he's gonna be a meat shield, right? Like, he has, I think him and Pamela, the purpose is just, we're gonna soak up damage, we're gonna get space for Edmund and Moreno. That's pretty much it. You have to surrender yourself to that role. There's really nothing much that you can possibly do extra unless you somehow get like a pot of gold, but there's no gold on the map. It has to go to Edmund. And I wouldn't even argue to Super Ken, but the one who needs it the most is Edmund. And Super Ken finding Yue, that is gonna be a good start. Renegade, he is all alone, gonna taunt out 4 people. I'm not really sure if Demon Kai wants to show up. Renegade, flickers to safety, Luke still chases him. Demon Kai, Domain, both show up. Luke about to get blown up, he flickers away.
Yeah, right now, Bigatron Alpha, they're still in a 4k deficit, but they look a little bit better now. We can definitely see that Super Ken does have the damage if anyone is isolated, so Aurora, they have to be careful. In fact, Renegade could have been taken down just now. Dominkai is able to get a turret, which I believe is a little bit better compared to the turtle here, but if I'm Bigatron Alpha, I'll take anything that I can get.
Every small win. Still behind by 4.5k. Obviously, it's a decent kill onto Yue. There's no shutdown go on him, but he has been a nuisance. And Moreno, when he starts getting his items, getting a bit more cooldown, at least they're a lot more reliable in terms of scouting out the map. Renegade getting pushed away too.
I mean, good news. Amon actually deals damage. We saw that Renegade is one of the tankier members of Aurora, and even Renegade felt the damage there. So this is good news. This means that if Bigatron Alpha is able to catch anyone from Aurora, they do have the damage. The most, I would say, the most scariest thing is that if you're falling behind and your damage dealer cannot do damage, but the fact that they can means that you can still you still have a fighting chance.
If they can get a couple more sneaks to the back line with Super Ken, it'll be great. He just got a Malefic Roar too. Again, needs that gold injection. Eman is doing feeling a lot more comfortable being able to farm back up. Still, Aurora holds a 5k gold lead. Again, another contest in this jungle. Edward having a very early vengeance. That's a great Astro Echo, forcing them away. AOG was committed though. Pretty early ultimate from Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, like, it's gonna be worth it if they're able to secure this purple buff, because Super Ken really needs that purple buff, but Demon Kite is gonna contest just a little bit, and we see the damage coming in from Demon Kite. There's a lot going up against Super Ken, but it's something that Bigatron Alpha can still play around, because the good thing is, it's a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora, but it's been 4,000 for quite a while now. It hasn't grown, and I feel like that's the best thing that Bigatron Alpha could hope for, is that for this gold lead not to get any worse. They're able to stop the bleeding. Eventually, it will even out.
Yeah. It has reached a point where, you know, for the side of Bigatron Alpha, there is a fighting chance. We'll see. I mean, even coming onto this Lord fight, right? First Lord of the game, we still have to pay attention to Edward, who for some time hasn't been needed to participate in any sort of a fight. But get close to Aurora, you're waiting for Astral Echo, which is the most important ability right now for Bigatron.
Yeah, and Astral Echo has been used, only hit onto Yue, so they just find where Yue is. I think they have a good idea where Renegade is. Looks like they want to isolate someone. Oh, Edward actually goes in. He already used the Vengeance, and Bigatron Alpha is able to kite everyone away. Renegade taking a lot of damage, but looking at the lore here, Demon Kite still wants to get the lore, but Amon is able to get a kill onto Yue. Demon Kite secures the Lord, and now Aurora, they will back off. All of a sudden, Bigatron Alpha is having control over the map. What happened?
Honestly, I feel like Aurora did that just so they could secure the Lord. But they only lost... The fact that they only lost Yue, I guess it's not the worst case scenario. But for a moment, I really thought that it was overcommitment, right? Renegade flickering to get a kick that was out of range. But you see the damage from Bigatron Alpha. Now, we're looking at sieges right now, right? Star Shadow is starting to hurt. You got the Death Sonata and Rhapsody. Bigatron Alpha has so much long-range pokes against Aurora. But let's see how much damage can Aurora deal with the... Super Cat. Yue is dead, right?
He has to be dead.
He's straight up dead. They get the kick though from Renegade. At least Super Cat will be traded back. But it's still a tempo breaker from Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree. At this point, Super Ken, it's not like he has a crazy kill streak or anything, so it kind of doesn't matter. Just get one kill. Just make sure that Yue doesn't scale. Yeah, looking at Hayabusa, he doesn't even have a Sky Piercer, so maybe he's at the point where it's fine because he's not the star of the show. The star of the show is Amon as well as Moreno. As long as both of those are fine, we should be good.
Another Astro Echo. Sieging has never felt so tough. Edward forced back as well. Demon Kai also not able to stand there. It's gonna be a bit longer than the first one for sure. Aurora continues to try and play the map. Obviously, Bigatron Alpha, longer this game goes on, the more beneficial it will be for them.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what really happened that Bigatron Alpha was able to start controlling the map here, but definitely part of it is the poke that we've been talking about. The Star Shatter coming in from Moreno as well as the Rhapsody coming in from Amon. The fact that they're able to deal damage is really a big deal here. And Aurora is struggling just a little bit just because they haven't had the cleanest of engages, because Renegade so far has been kited away. Edward He's honestly just opening the map. He's not looking to engage, but even so, he couldn't really capitalize it on so much. The times where he got the kill is where Super Ken overextended.
Even so, right now we're going back into a neutral state. Despite that being like a 4,500 goal advantage for Aurora, it doesn't feel as much. So we're gonna be waiting for the next Lord. The game slows down from this point onwards. Even when you look at the damage leaderboard, Emman, he is miles ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, this time we see that Bigatron Alpha is taking a page out of a Philippine style of play, which is trying to kite away their abilities first. And I believe that was the interaction that they had going up against Edward, going up against Renegade, because it does look like when Edward has popped his vengeance, they just back off. The moment they see Renegade rushing using the Jeet Kune Do, they just back off. And so far, it has worked out very, very well for them. Looking at Renegade's position here, looks like Renegade is looking for some kind of flank. Looks like Bigatron Alpha will not be aware of this because even Moreno is not gonna shoot that. Oh yeah, not gonna shoot that turret, and Luke is not gonna check it as well.
And Demon Kai, he's all alone. They're gonna try and look for him. Demon Kai, but he's on cooldown. There's a kick from Renegade. They find Emman, but they need a finisher. Edward tries to go into Emman with the curtain call. As they try pulling back right now, Yue stops them in their tracks. Renegade tries to go back in. Luke will zone them away. Edward in danger. Super Ken sticks his shadow to the back. Emma does go down though. Yue, real manipulation on Super Ken. Astro Echo pings them out. Luke still alive. Domain gets shut down. Demon Kai cannot stay. Super Ken assassinates Yue. 4-4 Bigatron.
You know what? Aurora actually played that well, but Bigatron Alpha played that better. What was that? Aurora did use Demon Kite as a bait so that Renegade as well as Edward could actually get into position where they can catch Amon. And if Amon is not caught by either of those, Domeng was in position to follow up. That we saw Edward go in and then immediately get out because he said like, I can't kill this. I can't do much here. And then I don't know, man. Like Harif was able to get the kill, but then Luke got onto Harif, make it so that he couldn't dash around, and then Moreno had enough damage. Ken had 1v1 against Yue. Bigatron Alpha, this is amazing. Like Aurora was able to execute their game plan, and Bigatron Alpha still outplayed it.
In a big way too. So now that whatever goal lead that we've been seeing completely washed, back to square one. Aurora's starting to face some problems. We talk about the scaling that M1 has, and Super Ken really able to consistently find the backline. And it's made easier thanks to the Astro Echo. You constantly have visions of your target. So it's easy. So it's an easy mid inhibitor for Bigatron. The bottom one is going to be sieged in just a little bit. There's going to be a fresh wave coming in from the bottom side. Aurora will defend the rest of the structures, but once more, it seems like trying to play this sneaky playstyle isn't going to cut it. Like Moreno, he has skilled up.
Will he find Renegade? He finds Renegade. Now Renegade is the one that has to retreat. AOG committed. Renegade goes back in, and they're going all in for Renegade. And it looks like Aurora, they can't back him up, but they're coming in from many different angles here.
What was that flicker by Renegade? Edward trying to man-fight Emman. Oh, with the vengeance, Emman, he just kites away. Again, this late game Granger, so hard to get onto. Domeng tries, but no, you cannot just blow past Luke like that. The disrespect, punish. And Bigatron starting to take advantage of Aurora's recklessness.
I mean, again, this draft is not for the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa is probably just to trade kills. Like, I'll die, but I'll take someone with me. Bigatron Alpha, they've scaled up. Like you said, this draft is for Moreno. It's for Amon. Both of these long-range artillery heroes are just here to really... Okay. If Amon died there, I'll be like, okay, you know what? I can't glaze him too much.
If you had a Sky Piercer, I think Emman dies.
Yeah, you know what? Before the bad thing happens, I'll just say, they're all pretty mid.
So you have the XP laner mindset. He's not gonna die, right?
Yes. There's no way I die here, right? But yeah, Edward was almost able to do it, by the way. He was almost able to get Amon, but Luke has been doing a phenomenal job actually covering for Amon as well as Pamela. But this is good for Luke as well as Pamela, because as the tanks of the team, you're always indecisive of who you should be covering for. Do you want to take care of your mid laner, your jungler? But in this game, it's very clear cut. You just take care of your gold laner because your mid laner can take care by himself. If your jungler dies, it's on him. So Bigatron Alpha, they just simplify the game, right? Just cover for Amon, and then that's it. That's it. You have literally one job.
Keep Amon alive, right? As long as he's alive, the team stays alive. That's simple. Wonder how many stacks he has. That's what I want to know. Where like, it's his longest game of the day so far. Super Ken.
Yeah, that was beautiful. So far, Bigatron Alpha, they've been baiting Renegade like crazy. They're like, okay. What? There he goes. He tried to engage again. Like, they just know Renegade's timing. Renegade can't catch them off guard. Even when he tries to flank, they see him. They studied Renegade extensively. Yeah.
Renegade feeling very exposed right now. No flicker for another 90 seconds. Demon Kai forced to go home.
Yeah, top wave as well is pushing in. Someone has to clear that. Looking at the Hive has to clear mid as well. The minions are really in favor of Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, Emma just checked the bush. Now Demon Kai has nowhere to hide. Such a tough position to be in. And look at like that bush and Luke occupied. There's no way you break through, but they're gonna try though. What a Jikundo by Renegade. Hail Mary attempt for Aurora and Renegade. Pass the immortality. Domain Kai is gonna flick over the wall. It's all about Emma, but Domain just again fails. A 1v5 scenario. What a madman. But that madness put to stop. Bigatron cleans up house. 2 more kills for them, and this Lord guaranteed for the robots. We need the Lord to end the game at this point. He's just gonna take it as a form of formality. Emma just way too strong on the Granger right now.
I don't know, man. We talk about the identity of Indonesia as brawly, right? As the one that really wants to keep fighting. But honestly, TLID and now Bigatron Alpha, they're introducing a way of playing of actually kiting. Like they're so good at sieging, and now it's becoming a new identity for Indonesia. At least for Bigatron Alpha.
It looks so orchestrated, right? It's like a good choreography. Bukan, shadow kill, disperse, very well done by Rora to prevent any sort of death. Well, the cost of the entire base, still a Lord yet to be dealt with. Waves not completely synced up just yet, but Bigatron Alpha one way in. Renegade, another flicker Jikundo cannot get a kickoff. I mean, Luke just bashes him with the totem, and now this is truly going to be the endgame scenario. Domain just went down. Bigatron Alpha have found their way in and forces a game 3 in this series.
Well, Husky, we knew when it comes to our prediction, one of us has to be wrong. But I'm gonna take this opportunity to say Bigatron Alpha played this beautifully. I like when we see teams, they defy what we know about them, right? Because people say Indonesia, they're a brawly team, but they showed that they can play a siege composition, and they play it so well. I gotta say, as great as Amon was, as great as Moreno was, I want to talk about Luke. How, like, he lost his lane, but he was not tilted in the slightest. He just covered for the backline. Like, Luke was probably the most annoying member for Aurora.
Oh yeah, I think Luke is probably the biggest headache. He's like the roadblock, right? That bouncer. Every time you want to get to Emon, he's gotta check your identity. He's gotta check your identity. If you're not Bigatron, he just beats you to death. That's the entire function of it, right? Like, he had quite a nasty start to the game, right? He went 0-2 and then 0-4, and then finally when he started coming online, it's in the form of a bodyguard. I did mention that Luke, he's gonna surrender himself to being that utility tank for his team, and he did such a phenomenal job in just blocking Aurora out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like even Aurora was caught by surprise because we saw how good their early game was. In fact, Demon Kite went deathless. He did not die this entire game on that Suyo. It's just at one point, for some reason, Eman is just doing a lot of damage. Moreno is doing a lot of damage. And the engages from Renegade as well as Edward is not succeeding at all. And we see, like, you were, like, remember when we started the game, you were saying how Gatot doesn't have a way to engage. And then I was referencing that Gatot is not really an engaged hero. He's a counter engaged hero. He lets other people go in, and then he stops it. So Gatot is not at fault. It's just how you want to use him. And Pamela used him quite well. He understands that, yeah, engaging is hard, so I won't do that. I'll just wait for them to come in, and I'll stop them in their tracks. And he stopped them indeed.
Yeah, I like this. They have kind of figured out the segregation of the job, right? Pamela, you go for UA possible, delay him. Luke, you just stick with Edmund. Let's stick with Edmund. The support staff needs to be there, and then a special shout out to Super Ken. I don't know how he's slipping his shadows past the frontline Aurora, but he seems to do it every single time. And I gotta say, you know, watching this game makes me want to play Novaria again. Like, it's always been one of my favorite mid laners, and seeing Moreno kind of utilize it to this degree is amazing. Bigatron Alpha. I bet Mirko is losing his mind right now. And I bet Mirko's chat is going to talk about how doming ain't the gold standard to go for a 1v5 dive in that back line. But, you know, what the hell, right? We get a good series. That's all I care about.
Yeah, he immediately dies whenever he tries to dash in, because the Rhapsody just does too much damage. Anyways, you want to use the Novaria, Enchanted Talisman, Glowing Wand, Wishing Lantern, etc. At that point,
either Blood Wings or Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, up to you, right? Depending on the situation.
Yeah, so overall, we've seen this entire day, Husky, where when game number 1 doesn't go your way, you change it up entirely for game number 2. And so far, it definitely has been working out. Where we've seen in previous meta, Husky, where if it doesn't go right, you do the same thing just a little bit differently. But this time, they're changing entirely. I like the evolution of teams as well, where the teams really aren't one tricks anymore. They have a complete playbook to say, we have different styles of play. Which one do we want to play in this match?
And honestly, I feel like this could be just me, but I always find it very refreshing that a lot of times when we see some innovation, I'm not to say that other regions are not innovative, but a lot of times when we see these first time appearance, it comes from Indonesia. I think like a lot of these players have their own individual ideas on how to play things that people don't consider to be good, you know, like and there are players who have made themselves known for that, right? Luke was a very good example of bringing out picks that you don't really think of. Beloyski as well, they're innovators. Well, Beloyski is from the Philippines, but I'm just saying that region alone has some pretty interesting ideas that, you know, when it works, it looks incredible.
Yeah, but personally for me, I really like this Siege composition. It is something that personally I would like to play, but this composition is honestly very difficult to pull off, because you need a very good roamer and you need a very good EXP laner to make sure that your backline doesn't get targeted. Like, look at this engage. Domeng was trying to run away. Pamela just completely shuts him down, and then Luke as well following up. Like, you need a very good front line to be able to make that split decision of whether to move forward or move backwards. And Bigatron Alpha, amazing chemistry. It looks like they're playing with so good communication that I wouldn't be surprised if they couldn't fully communicate what they wanted. They just made some random noises and they're like, I got you. It's like, oh, and it's okay. I got you.
Oh man, this has been an amazing series so far. I mean, it's worthy of the upper bracket, right? Like, you gotta fight tooth and nail for the slot. Not only do you not have to deal with lower bracket and all those LCQ stuff, but you get essentially a 1 month break. You get the rest for 1 month, or you have 1 month to prep for the next stage of the competition. Wow, man, Bigatron Alpha really defying expectations. I mean, they have shown something that we do expect from an organization that has been around for such a long time, but to put up a fight against Rora in their own fashion, I think that's what makes it great, right? Don't conform to what people say is normal. You know, be yourself. Be Bigatron Alpha.
Something that I like is that all the teams, they've really shown that the players are very hardworking, Husky, because it's something that it's something amazing that you can go into a competition here and then show many different sides of yourself. Because playing the game is one way for you to express like your individuality as well as you as a team. And so far they showed a lot. So I'm enjoying the cast today because it's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, you know, on top of that is, you know, you have a routine to stick to, all this practice and screens. We can't even decide on a time where we want to play together, so let alone be at their level. But again, this series is not done just yet. We're gonna give BTR and Aurora some time to prep for probably one of the most important matches in this series, which is Game 3, coming up just a little bit.
Here we go!
Don't stop. Don't stop.
You waited all night.
Welcome back to this exciting series between Aurora and Bigatron Alpha. It's Husky and LaFell on the mic for you guys. We're heading into Game 3 draft straight away. And Aurora is going to be on blue side with Bigatron Alpha on red this time.
Euphony of suffering.
So the Phovius gets banned out.
And
Maybe a Lucas? Bigatron Alpha might want to pick that up because besides the like I can only think of Phovius as well as CC being
Your team
notable.
is
Oh,
picking.
Fanny! Oh, di
Oh
magkano?
boy.
Oh boy. Wait,
Wait,
Masha.
Masha, yeah.
Masha, yeah, of course. It's Masha.
Your team is picking.
But I don't. Do you pick Masha third? No, right? I feel like
If
Aurora
he has
has
option B, if he has option B, then you don't have to pick Masha.
Akai. I
He's the option
guess
B.
it's the option B, huh? To lock
Joey
Fanny?
XP maybe? I don't know. I legit don't know. Luke so far has been a wild card, man. Like he's been using a lot of cheeky things. Heck, you know what? I'm calling back all the way MSC 2022 where Diablo used the Badang to deal with the Fanny. I'm just putting it out there. The Badang can deal with the Fanny. Fanny just cables in, you just dash towards the Fanny and then you punch her.
Your team is picking.
So is
Same.
Moscow Tigro? Yeah, I mean I can see the Badang thing for sure. In fact, you create an extra wall for the cables to you can block the cables. I think.
Yeah. So Aurora is proving a dilemma for Bigatron Alpha here for their mid especially. Do you want to go for a flicker or you want to go for a purify? Because either way, it doesn't feel good going up against this kind of lineup. So picking up something like the I wonder who do you pick up? Actually, Bigatron Alpha could pick up the Valentina here. Take away the implosion and use it against them. Or pick up the
Still on
punch
the
up.
Valentina too.
Yeah.
Which one is more valuable, right?
Valentina.
Valentina, yeah.
Your divine retribution is at hand.
Yep. Okay, you know what, Husky? Now we're good.
We're back on track.
We've brushed off all the bad mojo, and now we're good. Bigatron Alpha. I feel like it's such a bad time for Luke. Maybe consider banning out the EXP laners.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in
We'll
mid,
find a
Yue
way.
has so much in
Even
his
when all
pocket.
is forlorn.
Okay, never mind. You know what? Now we're back on the decline.
That was short-lived. I think you can still take out like prime choices for Yue, right? Next one could be like something like Aurora. You ban the Aurora. There is a chance, yeah, that's Masha ban. You don't just let a Fanny through without a counterplay, and Aurora, they were paying attention.
But yeah, again, like they should have a different option, right? Like honestly, even I'm curious what the answer is gonna be because it's gonna be pretty nice if you play rank and you don't mind letting go of the Fanny because you have a counterplay, right? So
Only love
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
night
Your
are
team is
everlasting.
banning.
That's true, but I mean, I wouldn't suppose VTR came into this thinking that they are gonna get the Masha. You know, like if that's the train of thought, then they're in big trouble. Ban the Sicilian. I honestly, I think the Badang Akai wouldn't be too bad of a choice. Not specifically lock down the Fanny unless you get Cho to roam, then you pick a suppressing support.
I don't know. Like the Fanny is one of those things where there's a lot of hero that has a lot
The
of crowd
immortal
control,
one
but
chose
not a
me
lot
to
of crowd
vanquish
control
the
is the same
shadows that
value
plague this
going up
world.
against the Fanny. Like OG Aurora, where his second skill is just like a freeze, just like that. No weird animations. You would assume that you would be able to stop the Fanny, but nah, can't do that as well.
So they banned the Suyo because it's very rare that you see the jungler not get picked up in the first phase. Fredrin?
Actually, yeah. Fredrin could be good. The only thing is, I feel like Fredrin is better when you have a marksman, not something like a Harif where it's dependent on the skills. I could be wrong though. 'Cause it is what it is. But yeah, Fredrin good shout, and they pick up the Akai.
It's a Luke Akai. Most likely. which is good because you get to I mean, they could still go Super Ken Akai. I'm not sure if that's in his hero pool. Technically, you are still sort of flexing it, but I would like to believe it's an XP Akai. Aurora is still up for Aurora. What is that for the mid lane? I mean, unless you want to go Faramis.
Faramis,
there's a Valentina on the other side.
Yeah, but honestly, sometimes you don't care. Honestly, sometimes you don't care. Actually, the Faramis is not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. Vexana is... Oh wait, Vexana is better. CC Aurora.
Go back with the Aurora. I mean, I don't mind the CC at all. Doesn't really care about the Akai, just as much as you don't really care about the Phobias. In fact, I think the slightly increased range of the Yo-Yos, Akai struggles to reach you. Already struggles to reach you in a sense, but I think now CC just deals with him slightly better. But once you hit that War Axe, it really doesn't matter like what the Akai does. Now it's the jungler pick.
What else did he have? I mean, the Frederick was a good shout. Hayabusa, yeah, I feel like why not, right?
Power of Pegasus.
But
so you caught it. So you straight up called it Badang. So it is a jungle Akai.
Yeah, it is a jungle Akai. It's hey, you know what? I'll take any W I can get. Not sure how this is gonna play out, but you know what? Since I call it, Victron Alpha's got this. They got this for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking about it too. It's like no way this is going to be as such, right? But again, the Akai is a misdirection because they only saw Luke play it. I don't think they expected it to be in the jungle. Another curveball thrown in by BTR. That's what we love about them. See if Aurora can kind of put a stop to that, right? Like, what do you do against something that you've hardly seen, but you probably never got to play against much?
Yeah, it's been the story of today, where you just pick up something that people really aren't that familiar with. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Badang is a curveball, and this Akai jungle we have not seen for a long time. But it kind of makes sense. If the Fanny wants to go in, you just lock her in place. So this could go very good or very bad.
I would say there is a lot of emphasis on the objectives, right? Like how is Aurora gonna dance objectives?
Yeah. Aurora as the hero or the team?
The team.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because you know. Either way, it looks like this is gonna be a damage Badang, by the way. Assassin emblem with War Cry. So this is really like you come in, you die. So this is gonna be a different Badang, where we've seen utility Badang before. Now it's just damage.
Such a Luke thing to do, man. Such a Luke thing to do. Not only that, you proc War Cry so fast, thanks to how Badang kind of functions in terms of the abilities. And you actually do good into the CC because first of all you push her away. Second of all, if she hops onto you, you either dash or you just create a wall and the shield, right? So one of those solutions that you don't really think about often. But I feel like this matchup actually is more comfortable for Luke, and you get to start finding out where Demon Kite is.
Now the game is being a little bit more quiet right now. Actually, now that I'm looking at Bigatron Alpha, I'm starting to think, are they gonna play more like game number 1 or game number 2? Where game number 2 they're allowing Aurora to engage and then they just counter engage. In game number 1 they try to force things out because they have two available options here: having the Cho as well as having the Akai. The Cho is more engaging and the Akai is more like defending. So they have multiple ways to go for the fight. I just don't know which one that they want to really go for.
Pamela is just wasting time. And it's gonna be confirmed turtle for BTR. Really nothing much Aurora can do about that. They will try to take out Pamela. There is this implosion from Moreno. Edward stuck on the wall. Demon Kite wants to look for the kill. Cannot find it. First blood for Luke. Demon Kite wants Luke. He's gonna get the trade back, of course. And Renegade flickers. Misses the Sacred Hammer. Moreno survives for now, but still taking a ton of punishment. Somehow gets out. Pamela also escapes. So While Bigatron Alpha got away with that when they should have lost more.
Let me just say, Husky, I feel like the TikTokers are gonna have quite a field day because I feel like a lot of people are having their eyes on this matchup. And game number 1, 2, and 3, I feel like there's quite a lot of TikTok moments. You know, not all of them are good, but they're TikTok moments.
Yeah. I mean, as long as we make it a TikTok, it's good.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, you know, like the popularity is something that you really want to chase for. But either ways, we see look how he interacts, because the thing that's in my head, I don't know how the war cry interacts with the fist crack, because the fist crack it counts as basic attack. So I wonder if the fist crack automatically just triggers the war cry, and I really want to see the amount of damage that he can deal. And honestly, the first interaction, the damage that he dealt against Edward, it honestly did look like a lot of damage, and he didn't have any items at that point. So as a Badang player myself, I'm very, very curious how strong this war cry is going to be on the Badang, or ultimately it will be just not worth it.
Edward was struggling to trade against him, right? Because you can't stick onto him at all. Because Pamela again wants to take the purple buff away. Aurora, can you defend the buff? Renegade is gonna try. That's the explosion into a frigid glacier on a 2. SOD disconnect, and Mun shows up. Renegade being forced away. Demon Kai tries to cut right through them. Nuke somehow able to get away for now thanks to the shield, but Demon Kai will prevent that escape. Shuts him down. Aurora gets a kill.
Yeah, Luke probably stayed a little bit too long, because the Badang ult right now, the Fist Crack, only has a 1 second. I only say only, but it's a 1 second stun. But once the 1 second is done, you should probably get out of that ult, because if not, you're gonna take free damage. Either way, it's right now, Aurora doesn't look all that proactive, but it's more about respecting what Bigatron Alpha is capable of doing if you stick your head out a little bit too much. Demon Kai so far, it looks like he's just farming up. Probably just looking for one-shots and then getting out of the fight.
He did lose his purple buff though. I think Eman took it in that chaos. Again, looking for Luke. They would have dashed away. Pamela shows up. I mean, as much as Badang, you know, he went for the assassin emblem. I still think that thanks to the his abilities, his kit, it does give him some sort of durability. And Luke is gonna flick the fall, only catching Renegade. He's gonna commit everything. Might as well. Renegade won't be able to engage in this in any way, allowing Super Ken to get the turtle.
Yeah, right now the gold lane is having the gold lane experience as well. Doesn't look like either Doming or Iman is having a bad time trading against each other. It looks very even so far in the first 5 minutes of the game. The gold lead really isn't all that much, even though Bigatron Alpha has been able to secure most of the neutral objectives. Honestly, even this buff. Yeah, I don't know. Bigatron Alpha looks like they're just taking this a little bit slower, not really forcing things out.
He was gonna lose half of his health, can still even use. And another flicker implosion from Renegade. Luke able to relocate. Fortunately, still ends up going down to Renegade. Pamela looking to retreat as well. Emma did show up mid-side. But Aurora, they are just getting all these individual pickoffs.
Yeah, but most of it is only onto Luke, which not the best case scenario, but you know, it's still serviceable for Bigatron Alpha to go for the push. But now Aurora is able to trade 2 for 1. Moreno finds Demon Kai. I don't know if he can get a kill here, and Moreno gets taken down. I don't know what Moreno was planning there.
Not even a contest, not even close.
I thought he just wanted to terrify it and then just leave, but it looks like that's not the situation. Look, building a Blade of Heptases. This is not what we usually see a Badang build. I thought it would be a Demon Hunter Sword and maybe even an early Malefic Roar.
I suppose technically, if your you know, punches are considered basic attacks, but their projectiles does technically increase the range of the Blade of Heptases. The proc, I don't know. I mean, if anything, this is gonna make it a TikTok at least, right? Like,
hey,
regardless of the result.
I'm here. I'm learning. I'm honestly not criticizing. I'm just speaking out loud. I'm learning. I wanna see like what's the use case of the item builds. But now Super Ken taking a bit of damage from Edward, but looks like still they're gonna get this turtle for free. Super Ken is gonna take a little bit of damage, but I'm pretty sure it's something that he is pretty okay with trading for. Demon Kite now, he has the Blade of the Heptases, so he's gonna be able to deal quite a lot of damage. Aurora looks like they want to play this game more macro. Reminding us of how TLID played, where essentially they leave Moskov on one lane and they have Fanny on the opposite lane, and then they're just pulling Bigatron Alpha all around, where Bigatron Alpha, they want to stay in one lane. They just want to do one thing. Speaking of which, looks like Badang is not going for full damage. He's going for defensive items after the Blade of Hepsises.
Huh. That's the route he wants to go down, but he forgoes the Thunderbell. So, yeah, very interesting approach, honestly.
Yeah.
Of Duke.
Yeah. I feel like just Dreadnought armor is gonna be enough. Afterwards, if you want, you can make some magic resist items, just like the magic robe. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how he builds for this one.
Kick onto Domain, but unfortunately, follow-up just not there. So in fact, Demon Kite, free rain in the back, does conceal use. Demon Kite in the pit, getting knocked away, but actually helped in escape. Renegade, Implosions. Sort of hits Emma, but he had to Purifier. Moreno, though, not so lucky. He tries to use a Stolen Implosion, dies before he can do so. Edward will hop away. Aurora finds another pickoff.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a chain of events happening, not really a full-on team fight or a full-on pickoff. It's more about just unfortunately being positioned in a certain way. Supercat is making sure that there's no purple buff at all for Demon Kite, but even with that, Demon Kite has 3-0 and 1, doing relatively well. In fact, Aurora has almost a 1,000 gold lead. Compared to game number 2, game number 3 is definitely much more quiet, where even the kills that happen in the game are not explosive kills. They're just so happen to be getting those kills. 3 of them are from Luke, and 2 of them are from Moreno, where Moreno is more about misplacing his positioning. But now the Lord has spawned. This is good for Bigatron Alpha, because as a Fanny, you don't really trade, or you don't really go for this engages on the turtle on the Lord fights.
And not the best at dancing around the objective either. I would say, I mean, game 2, Bigatron Alpha did, I want to say fall behind, but they didn't really fall behind. It's more of Aurora gave them a hard time and they were able to respond as the game progressed with the scaling that they had. We see the Queen's Wings for Demon Kite built already. Bigatron Alpha needs to deal with the side lanes, and like you said, Lafel, it's the same predicament we saw in the previous series between TLID and EVOS Holy, where the side lane controls are so important.
Yeah, so if the same thing happens, then the same question prevails. Bigatron Alpha, they need to send someone to the side lane, and can they win a 1v1? In this case, it's Luke on this Badang. If he can win a 1v1 against the Fanny or the Moskov, then Bigatron Alpha has a fighting chance, where they're not losing one lane all the way through. If he loses that 1v1, immediately the macro is all for Aurora.
Look at the bottom wave, right? It's going to be a slow push in favor of Aurora. Malefic Roar for Luke. If there's any time for the One Punch Man experience, it's going to be this game. Renegade, you got to be careful, Luke. Oh, they don't know he's there. Luke about to go in. That's the damage. Ow! That absolutely just blew up the health bar of Aurora, but Demon Kite is gonna hit the back too late though. They lost Renegade and Edward. Demon Kite is gonna be knocked back by Luke. Barely escapes with his life, but BTR have just secured Lord.
Okay, now the Badang is getting a bit online. Like, he's not going to the side lanes, but he can definitely dish out, like he can engage and he can deal the damage. Not as consistent as a DHS kind of damage, still very respectable there.
More of a burst type of damage, for sure. Silver lining is the Demon Kite got out with his life. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. Of course, still a level ahead of Super Ken. I don't need to deal with the side waves. And make sure that the waves don't get synced up.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing correctly, it looks like Demon Kite has a purple buff. So we're gonna probably be able to defend this, being able to use the cable a little bit more often. But now Bigatron Alpha looks like not gonna be able to get an inhibitor so far because their range isn't all that great.
Curtain call, Zaman force, Renegade. He is out of range. Still gets a 2-man Implosion Sacred Hammer into a Frigid Glacier, but unfortunately the timing is off. SOD connects, that's a kick onto Aurora. Unfortunately, Yue falls. Bottom tier 2 does go the favor of Aurora, and they were able to stop this siege with the first Lord. So I suppose it's not the worst case scenario considering that they lost 2 members.
Yeah, I feel like Bigatron Alpha as well is not really forcing the engage because they understand that the way that they lose this if they go a little bit too aggressive because their lineup is dependent on their cooldown. So pick off, get back, pick off, get back. Super Ken engages though.
Edward of the Vengeance. Not gonna survive. No choice.
Yeah, he even used the Vengeance. Yeah, the Vengeance wasn't enough.
You just watch Emma blew him up.
And now even the Badang is controlling the bottom wave. And we have an update here on the itemization for the Badang. It looks like a Hunter Strike. So this is not a basic attack build on the Badang. I wonder if Luke... Oh, can we, Luke, go for it. I mean, okay, he's not going to go for it. But will
It's
this...
the first damage Badang.
Will this be like... Like, will Luke be... What do you call this? The first guy to do it.
The innovator. The pioneer.
The pioneer, the trendsetter. Will he be the one to show this is actually how you play the Badang with just straight up burst damage with penetration and not actually going for DHS and the likes?
Now I have a reason to not play rank tonight. This is gonna pop up for sure.
Hey, I have a reason to play rank tonight.
You do. I will if we're on the same team.
Yeah,
Nah.
Hey, like I gotta feel this for myself. See how much damage it actually deals. And Conceal has been used. It looks like they haven't found anyone just yet. They found Renegade. Looks like they're gonna engage onto Renegade.
They have no idea the Demon Kai's in the bush. Moreno's gonna find out right now the hard way. High angle fights. Not really what Bigatron is looking for. They gotta somehow survive this. Renegade somehow lives through all of that thanks to immortality. Emman wants to catch up to Edward, couldn't find it. Yue coming in, F1 with the dodge. 1, 2, one more dash to do the job. Good flicker, but still, the passing gets popped. Luke misses the flicker engage, but oh my goodness, that punch. Absolutely destructive. Renegade with the conceal can't do much. Luke's gonna turn around, try to fight Edward. Demon Kai gets knocked back. We talk about the burst damage of this Badang. It's a one-punch man experience from this man.
No, you're not. I want to see more. I want to see more damage than that. Does he need a BOD? Like, he's not able to really one punch. But either way, again, still good. All jokes aside, Luke is looking very good with the Badang here. Again, it's all about disrupting. The damage is good, but really, it's all about the disruption. Demon Kite is flying around, but Luke is more than prepared to catch people off guard. Renegade goes in, Renegade gets one, Moreno gets no one, and look at Demon Kite able to get Pamela. Super Ken still secures the Lord away. It looks like they're able to finally kill off Demon Kite. Luke was taken down, but all in all, good trade for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, Moreno just airballs the Stalling Implosion, but I think he was expecting Demon Kite to fly towards him, so either way, wouldn't blame it at all. Bigatron Alpha still got the Lord. Not sure how they're gonna siege this though. I mean, there's no Demon Kai for defense, but if Domain Kai and Yue, I think it's more than enough.
Yeah, either ways, a lot of TikToks are gonna be filled for tonight. And now the Lord is marching in. Super Ken taking a lot of damage from Doming as well as Edward, and they're making quick work of this Lord. All that hard work, Husky, and it really equates to naught. Like, right now, Doming is actually very strong, despite his kitty just being 2-1 and 2, but the attack speed on his Moskov is legit. So it looks like Bigatron Alpha, if they want to win this game, they actually need to win some kind of team fight.
Oh, what a catch! Onto Edward Renegade! Once more, big implosion, but that's purified, and the heavy spin Renegade pops like a balloon. Moreno able to get out, even stealing the current call. Maybe that's what's keeping Aurora under control. Demon Kai now in a horrible spot. You'd think that engage could have given Aurora a chance, but it was Bigatron that turned it around. So now they're up 5-3.
Yeah, Bigatron make a very quick call. They saw Edward and they didn't hesitate. They just go for it. Super Ken tried to catch Demon Kite, unable to do so. And now Bigatron Alpha is in the base of Aurora. And now 2 inhibitors are down. Aurora is in a very rough spot. But again, Domeng, he has made some whiffs in this match, but he can redeem it all if he can do well in this one.
Even has the Domeng is like, screw defensive items, right? I see Albert, I'm going Malefic Gun. It's all about being able to stay safe and deal damage. But on Eman's side, he just saw his shoes. He's like, I don't need no shoes. I dash around. I'm gonna get an Oracle. See if you can go through my shoes this time.
Ooh, that Oracle is a pretty big pickup. Like cooldown, defenses, as well as increased regen, as well as shield. That might make Eman unkillable to the point where I feel like Doming might consider a rose gold meter because he needs some kind of defense. But then again, he has not been taking quite a lot of damage in this game. Like, he's been dishing it out, but he hasn't really been receiving it.
Once more, Bigatron Alpha goes back to the same modus operandi, but this time a lot more simplified, right? More spawning top side, they got bottom side under control. Oh my god, Super Ken taking so much damage. But housekeeping still needs to be done. It's about taking the purple buff away. Don't give Demon Kai anything.
Yep. 18 minutes in, this is an evolved Lord. This is a Lord fighting for. The thing is, I feel like Aurora, they need to win a team fight if they really want to go for this Lord, because their draft really is not about getting the Lords. Big shout out though, UA having that Wishing Lantern, so Super Ken and Pamela can be taken down now. So Aurora definitely has the items to deal with the problems in front of them. But Renegade hasn't had great setups. But to be fair, it's not entirely his fault. It's against an Akai. The Akai can cancel out your implosion. So he doesn't have the best situation unless they can force out the heavy spin.
That, and also he's dealing with 2 purifies, right? Sometimes you could... We saw that 4-man implosion earlier on, but Moreno and Emma, they just purify out of it. Really tough job for Renegade. Demon Kai needs to get here as fast as possible. Bigatron Alpha still taking considerable damage. Emma, he's just gonna go in. Emma loses half his health. What a Jikundo by Pamela. Unfortunately, no steal for Demon Kai. Renegade airballs the implosion. Luke does end up losing his life and comes back with the immortality. He gets slain, but still, Bigatron Alpha finds the objective.
It was a lot of damage coming in from Luke, but really not enough, because I believe one fist crack, or just like the fraction of a second that he hit Doming. Doming was half HP, which is very impressive. But for some reason, Doming was able to get out of it, so not a lot of damage was able to be dealt. But now, Bigatron Alpha, this might be an end angle, but look at Doming dealing with the Lord. I'm like, what? You fought so hard. Oh, wait, whoa, Super Ken.
He's literally gonna go down, right? Renegade was in an off angle, yeah. There was no way Super Ken would have known that.
Did he misclick? Did he accidentally dash forward? That did not look intentional.
I don't think he knew Renegade was there. I had no idea, dude, right? But 40 seconds without Super Ken. Only thing keeping Bigatron afloat, I'd say, is they had 2 inhibitors down on Aurora's side. But still, I mean, gold doesn't really matter anymore unless it's for all other item swaps and power potions.
Yeah, but now Aurora, Doming is leading the charge. Doming is looking very strong. Just with one push, they're able to get 2 turrets. They're not able to get the inhibitor, but again, you're just happy with what you got. Doming is looking very strong here, and if they're not able to catch Doming, this is going to be quite the problem. Luke is the damage dealer here. He is the one that's supposed to get to the backline. So far, he's not able to really complete his task.
And not just that, it's also there's always the threat of BTR going for all these engages, right? Like, and Renegade, you might need to keep that implosion for counter engage. What was the damage by Emma? He's two-shotting the purple buff. Lord number 3 coming up in 40 seconds, bottom side. 35 longest games of today so far. 22 minutes still. It's dead even.
The funny thing is, you said that for the previous game. So in a way, you were right and you were wrong.
Yeah. I'll need to rephrase.
You just jinxed.
Longest game of today, as of this point.
So far.
There we go.
So far.
So far.
Longest game so far.
So far.
If today just prolongs even longer, Husky, then good news for you. I don't think you'll be seeing Badang Burst build.
Yeah, the schedule is this. the schedule allocates 2 hours for each series, right? I mean, we're keeping up with that at least. Next one's gonna be at 9 p.m. So we gotta end this now. Hopefully by this Lord 5. Whoa, Eman almost blows out Edward. Moreno tries to go for him. Renegade, another implosion. But where's the follow-up? There's no follow-up there. Luke just loses life though. Renegade will also lose his. SOD finally connects. Demon Kai. Bait and switch. Stolen implosion from Moreno. Not able to control Domain as much as he wants to though. Goes into the Winter Crown. Demon Kai baited out Eman. Another Diamond Force. Moreno goes down, but Eman is still alive. Looking for Edward. Edward drops the current call, but he sacrifices his life. So Bigatron Alpha, they lose 2, but at least they get 1 in return.
Yeah, like that was honestly a very messy fight on both ends. But I gotta say, as a lover of Badang, man, like Luke is not having a good time. He's always getting caught out, and this is why we see Badang's having a defensive build, because you can do that. What's Pamela doing? He's trying to get
Pamela,
on
Pamela, not like this. Demon Kai is coming in. He's coming for Pamela. So that's immortality gone. And Pamela actually finds the kick, able to disengage. Demon Kai not gonna. Oh, SOD from Domain. Pamela is down.
Oh my god, like they took that personally, man. They're like, we don't know who you are, but you're gonna get taken down like we know who you are.
Demon Kai knows. He definitely has a personal grudge against Pamela. Funny thing is, they still can't really go on to the Lord confidently, right? I mean, you still have Super Ken looking around. This Lord is so strong. It's just so durable. It's got sideways to manage.
Yeah, and like we have to consider how strong Doming is at this point, and the Lord is like, this is very ticklish. Luke is up. Look, if you're gonna make a superhero play, Renegade
right now.
Go for it.
Cancel to conceal. Luke's thinking about it, but they're getting pushed away. Bigatron, they need space. They need space to get towards the Lord. It's dropping dangerously low. Flicker is online for Luke. Lord in no man's land. Bigatron, but he's control. Domain goes in. Purify for Emma, and he's gonna push Domain away. Here comes Luke. The burst is there, but it's not enough. Emma focuses on the Lord. It's Super Ken to secure it. Renegade gives his life out. Luke comes back with the Winter Crown. Almost beats Domain to the grave. And Bigatron somehow keeps everyone alive.
Dude, despite that, Aurora is actually looking quite strong because Doming still did not die, man. Like, Doming can deal the damage, Doming can survive, and now he has the Athena shield. He's respecting what Amon is capable of doing. Look, having the Rose Gold meter as well. This is, like, if Aurora can win this fight, Husky, they can go straight for the end. But Bigatron Alpha, if they beat Aurora here, that's it, that's GG.
Stolen SOD by Moreno. Yue, Frigid Glacier, Super Ken is frozen in place. Emma is caught. That's the guy that needs to survive. Current call kicks them together. Pamela kicks Edward away. Emma turns around to try and beat Edward to death. Lord gets taken care of. Last inhibitor under attack. Moreno still able to get away for now. At least the immortality gives a second life. Quick switch to the Winter Crown. Demon Kai trying to clear the wave, but it's still crashing in. Emma on the crystal. Lock it down. Bigatron Alpha finally closes it out, and the Northern Lights will dim. It's 2-1 for the robots.
Bigatron Alpha showed up today. They qualified to the Challenge Finals. And Amon went deathless in that game. I gotta say, man, for this match, Amon really showed up for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh my goodness. They say, Aurora said they wanted to face off against Eman. Aurora said that they wanted to, you know, kind of fake. There's history between some of these players. We say innovation from BTR, but Eman, one of the latest acquisition for BTR, really stepped up to the plate. 11-0. 11 out of 15 kills that BTR had are on Eman.
I mean, here's the thing, Husky. We gotta look at the bright side, right? Aurora said they want to go up against TLID. And, you know.
They're true.
I mean,
you see, they're in different groups, you know. They have to make the Challenge Finals to have a chance.
There's still a chance, though. There's still a chance. But anyway,
there's still a chance.
I feel like at this point we gotta look at Luke. I want to see how much damage he dealt, even though I think it's pretty clear out of everyone here, Luke is the one that clearly underperformed for the team. He's 2-6-3. Everyone else is like 1-1-7, 1-4-11, 0-3-6, 11-0-2. yeah, other than that, honestly, Doming almost made it work for his team, man. Like, Doming legitimately almost carried that game.
This is probably the first and last time we see this Badang build. I'm just happy we got to witness it. There's some moments that it really could have made a difference, right? Like at the end, it was like close but not enough. But hey, I mean, they gave it a try. You know, they still won the game. But it feels like those games where, man, we won, but I'm reporting this guy.
I feel like a glaring weakness that we see is the lack of lifesteal. Like, usually when you use your fist cry, you see the HP bar going up and down along with the shield. But this one's just going down, 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 and down. And in terms of the damage, he did 59,000, Moreno did 79, and Ayman did 142. Oh, but Yue actually dealt quite a lot as well. 113. I thought Yue was not able to deal a lot of damage, but 113, that's respectable for an Aurora.
Yeah, a lot
As in the hero.
Yeah, a lot of close quarter fights. I mean, Yue has gotten some pretty nasty Frigid Glacier in the last fight, right? Like, he actually caught Super Ken and Eman because Edward tied them together with the curtain call. They just needed an injection of damage. Like, if Eman went down, I think this game either ends or we go in for another 5 minutes. But sadly, it's just not the case. They just couldn't make it happen because they lost Doming before they even had a chance to shut down Bigatron Alpha. Either way, this game, it made me wish that this is actually like a best of 5 or a best of 7. But I'm pretty sure if BTR goes far enough, we are going to see that happen eventually. Props to Aurora though for putting out such a fight. You don't get to see Demon Kai Fanny often.
Oh yeah, for sure. But BTR was more than ready to fight against this Fanny, and now I feel like teams are looking at Super Ken. We were talking about the Fredrin, and we were talking about maybe needs a little bit more damage in the lineup. He showed that he can use the Akai, and it was quite a good fate because Luke has used the Akai before, so it's always a question for Aurora where this Akai is really going. Overall, BTR played phenomenally today because Aurora is not an easy team to go up against, but they were able to pull it off, and props to them, especially for Ayman. Ayman definitely did a lot for this entire match.
Oh yeah, funny enough, Doming had probably one of the he probably played the best he can on this Moskov. It's unfortunate that he lost. I was playing Moskov earlier today, and when I screwed up, someone chatted Doming ? Now I feel kind of bad because he just lost this game, but I'm putting out there. Some things come full circle, okay?
Yeah. 11-0-2. Ayman refused to die in this one. Like, the moment he got the Oracle as well as the Immortality, like, you feel like it's not even twice. I'm pretty sure you have to kill him 3 times because once the Immortality is up, you just switch to a Winter Crown and then try again. Ayman, absolute monster in this one.
Completely shut the show down. And Aurora actually had a decent grip in the early to mid game. Like, it's not insurmountable goal lead. Right? Demon Kai has some pretty good moments too. But I gotta say, Pamela has been really keeping tabs on Demon Kai. Like, you're not allowed to just zip through 4 of my teammates with a cable. I will just kick you mid-air. I would kick you whenever I can. And Bigatron Alpha, they've denied Demon Kai so many of his purple buff. And I think on top of that, also able to deny that side lane macro play from Aurora, despite them having both a Fanny and a Moskov.
Yeah, it just looks like Bigatron Alpha, they created a composition for game number 2 as well as game number 3. Just make a draft where the opposing side can't get into a team fight. And like, that's the winning formula for them. Game number 2, it was Luke as well as Pamela. In game number 3, it was Super Ken as well as Pamela, where every single time someone tries to engage, they will lock them down. And then once they're locked down, Ayman gets free range to do whatever he wants. Same can be said for Moreno, and to a lesser extent, Luke as well. So Bigatron Alpha, they sort of have an identity here where they know that Ayman is an amazing player and you can play around him, and they play around him very well.
Let me look at this last one. Oh my goodness, I just noticed that Moreno essentially was the reason Domek went down. Stolen Spear of Destruction took out like what 25% of his health, and then the Lord just decided that he is the Red Robots today. Bigatron, again, congratulations on this win over Aurora. They will be the final team to lock in the direct slot, at least from the upper bracket. We still got 2 more slots from the LCQ, but this is slot number 10 given away to Bigatron Alpha, and they absolutely have earned it.
And damn, Husky, your prediction was right. You called it. It was a... Oh wait, you said Aurora.
No, I said Bigatron.
Okay, you called it 2-1. I said 2-0. I was wrong, but one of us has to be wrong. Longest game so far, 25 minutes, 57 seconds. I like that production set so far.
And I was looking at the prediction and see what people are saying. So Dafa went Aurora 2-0. Eat that. Now my score is gonna go up. My credit score is gonna go up from that. It's a tough one to predict. Like when people ask me, like I was streaming before this, right? And people are asking, what's your score like between Bigatron Alpha and Aurora? I'm like, I have no idea. Whatever I predict, someone's gonna hate me after this. But BTR 2-1. BTR 2-1. Shout out.
I don't do predictions. I don't do predictions.
Shout out to Mirko out there. I've done you. I've done you right. Is that a sentence? I did the right thing. I think I. You know what? I got.
Try singing in Chinese. Try singing in Chinese.
Try singing in Chinese?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. The first song that popped in my head, I can't sing that. Right? There's no way I can sing it on broadcast. So no.
All right. I'm just saying. But either ways. Can you imagine this, Husky? It's just been 2 matches. It's only been 2 matches, and it's almost 9.
We're almost halfway through. This might be the longest day, and it's not even like we're not even to the LCQ yet. We're gonna have the LCQ over the weekend. Let's take a look at the challenge final team first. Those who have qualified from the upper bracket. From Group A, we got Onyx Philippines. From Group B, we got RQ Hoshi. From Group C, we got EVOS Holy. And for Group D, we got the robust Bigatron Alpha. 2 more slots remain, and it will be from the LCQ. But before we even get to LCQ, we gotta find out who makes it to LCQ. And that's why we're gonna keep on eliminating teams until we conclude the top 4 teams there.
First of all, don't be so excited about eliminating teams. Second of all, 3 Indonesian teams here. They're doing very well. Right?
Oh,
at least we can say... At least we can say Indonesia has been stepping up. Oh yeah. Oh, this next match. Oh, Husky.
This one's a doozy. Your boys. Your boys be playing Homeboys against Team Flash Cambodia. Coming up in just a little bit. We'll be right back for more MLBB action in the lower bracket.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Selangor Giants. Gorgeous Selangor Giants. Gorgeous
Team Flash KH leading up to this series, right? They had to go through a pretty rough series. I mean, a very rough series against TLID, but then you can, but you can also sort of say the same for Homeboys, who has a lot of things that they need to iron out. My personal standout, aside from the XP laners, I am definitely going to be looking at the roam role. I'm looking at Black. Oh no, not Black. That's AI. I'm looking at Team Flash. I'm looking at Ty against Escalera, because I think from what Team Flash KH has kind of shown us, there's a lot more to be desired simply because they got ran over. So I would go as far as to say that this feels like a bit of an unknown. The fact that they're not playing Aeons or today, they're playing Donut, right? So that's a bit of a switch up in the gold lane too.
Yeah, so now I wanna change predictions. I wanna flash 2-0. Flash 2-0. Yeah. One of us has to be right, Husky. One of us has to be wrong. Okay.
I didn't know you would go that far to betray your boy.
Hey.
You could have told them to change mine to 2-0 Flash, you know.
It's about principle, Husky. I don't like you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I voted for your boy. Yeah, it's we'll figure that out. We'll figure it out after this.
Yeah, like our friendship has taken quite a lot of turns. What's a few more turns, right? Anyways, Homeboys batting out the Lu Yi, the Hilda, Team Flash Cambodia batting out that Harif quite early on. And this is also part of the thing about chemistry. We can definitely see that Escalera as well as Soul is not there physically. So, you know, the chemistry is not at 100%.
And yeah, playing through online too. I said this before, I'm gonna say this again. I had the same bottle as Izanami.
You have the same bottle as Izanami?
Yeah, I have the same bottle. I'm gonna send you a photo later. We have the same bottle.
I used to have the same hair as Gorgeous.
What? You? What? You?
Sir,
Yeah, because
what's
my
your
hair
command?
is curly.
Ah.
Now it's not that curly, but it used to be very curly.
Either
ways.
I have no follow. I want to say something about hair, but then again, I don't really have anything going on, you know, with that.
Let's see here. Hey, I have the same wall as Team Flash.
Whoa! You have the same wall?
And yeah, I don't want I don't want to flex that hard. You know, I'm just putting it out there. That style of wall reminds me of me. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I breathe the same air as Homeboys. I think it's a privilege. You sure are taking their time for the band. There we go. The Matilda band out.
Yeah, Matilda banned out. Team Flash PH. So far, Amal has been using the Joy to moderate success, and the Joy has been banned out. I wonder if Homeboys wants to follow suit and just pick up that Suyo, or they want to prioritize the Eve, because both are very strong picks, and I feel like Team Flash KH has. Oh wait, Granger. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I feel like Team Flash will have a very good draft just because they just get two. Like Suyo Eve is amazing. Eve Granger is amazing.
The Dusin.
Yeah, a lot of combinations.
We have
I even forgot about Jushin.
forgot about Dusin. Oh my god. Look, I don't.
Suyo Granger.
Granger Eve, Granger Suyo. Right, guys.
They can take Eve third pick.
Yeah, they can take
So-
Eve third. Yeah.
Granger Suyo Eve.
Granger Suyo Eve. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Homeboys is not gonna take like Jushin Rome and an Eve mid, right? So
I mean, I know
Team
Escalera
Flash
has
looks like.
he has some pocket picks, but definitely not the Dusin Rome.
But if you really think about it, Husky. Wait,
It's
Hayabusa. They
foggy.
prioritize the Hayabusa? Hayabusa Granger. But this does mean that Homeboys can pick up the Suyo. The Suyo Irrital?
Yeah, Suyo Irritel sounds good. Suyo Irritel sounds good.
Moskov as well.
Yeah, I mean, so doesn't have access to his Harif anymore, anyways.
I'm really looking at a Suyo here, unless Amal wants to go for a tank, a tank jungle. Amal also can go many different directions with his jungle pick, but definitely Suyo is top tier at this moment. And the gold lane does still have some picks. I wonder if they want to pick up something like a Phoveus here because it's still open and Gorgeous definitely likes it. Oh, they go for Alpha as well as the Khalid. As long as this Khalid doesn't ult the Little Wonder, I'm okay.
Oh, I agree. I mean, there's still a chance for it to be flex, for sure. Either that or Escalera is going to redeem himself with the Khalid today. So it's still up in the air, for sure. In fact, now, Team Flash, who do you go for? Do you take mid now? You take Eve now, right? After using Khalid.
I mean, if
and
you
Alpha?
don't, if you don't, it's gonna get banned out. If you don't have any intention of using Eve, then you can just pick up a priority EXP here, or if you want something like a Tigreal will show.
Hylos? Oh yeah, okay.
No Hylos. So maybe they don't even want the Eve. Maybe they just want something else. Maybe they want like a Valentina or something.
Yeah, it could work. I mean, there is the some good ultimates still, Raging Sandstorm, the Crimson Beacon, which, funnily enough, it's pretty strong on Valentina too, since you don't have to hold up a lantern and it hurts.
And so now for homeboys, I guess the only thing that they can really target is mid because this Hylos is very flexible. And we were talking about the Moskov as well. So Team Flash KH, they might just ban out the Moskov as well as the Iritel, and then leaving Soul with just an attack speed marksman, not something with a lot of burst because I don't know. I'm just looking at the quad here. Homeboys does ban out that Eve though.
It has to go. Both teams are going to be fighting for mid laners. Right here, do you ban the Iritel if you're Team Flash?
Unless you know that Soul can't pilot the Iritel well, then if that's the case, you don't ban it out. But if you just want respect, I would say Iritel is a pretty good ban here because I feel like even the Iritel can handle quite a lot of ganks, as we saw earlier today. It's been a long day. It's
It's like I was trying to figure out, like, if not Iritel, who? Okay, so it's the CC.
Pretty good ban.
Either way,
but does that show that the Hylos is going EXP?
I think it does. If you want Roam, there is still one more option, right? The Tigreal is still up. The Gatot, Tigreal, Cho is still open. Definitely not short of Roamer options.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, homeboys, what are the mid? I'm thinking of Farsa or Vexana. Both are pretty good bans here. I feel.
I was thinking banning the Vex. Although, you know what? Aurora ban wouldn't be too bad, right? Because like homeboys so far, they want to be in your face. Aurora sort of stops that. So they go for the Sicilian ban.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Right? Like,
yeah, makes sense.
Double skilling cores.
I mean, at this point, Team Flash, they can keep this Hylos a secret and just pick up a mid here, but they don't have to pick a mid because homeboys already has their mid, so they can hide that for as well. It does look like Team Flash is controlling the draft quite well, where they're just picking up the counters of what the homeboys is picking up here. Now, the Phoveus is still open. If Gorgeous wants that, I don't know if he still wants that. Maybe he wants something that's able to dive in the back line, able to catch the Granger, or able to disrupt this Hayabusa. And you were talking about the Aurora, and Team Flash picks it up.
I suppose you could take the Khalid and then you give Escalera a different hero for roam, right? Yeah, well, for a part of me was thinking about the Guinevere, but these targets are not the easiest to catch. That's the thing.
It's not easy to catch with that mindset, Husky.
Yeah, true, but
if you think you can, then you can. There's nothing. Everything in life, it's not impossible, Husky. If you can climb walls, Husky, they can catch with the Guinevere.
Hey, I thought we could win M6 and we finished third, so I'm starting to return to reality.
Anyways, Lucas gets picked up, and then the carry. Homeboys.
How could we forget about this?
Yeah, we've totally. But the Phoebe is still up though if they want to pick it up.
Do you focus it as Team Flash? Or
Yeah. As in Phobias, and then just like, okay, Hylos goes roam them. But Homeboys, something about them, they really like the carry, man.
I think it's
wait,
the MY team thing. Right?
Yeah,
Like a lot of,
thing, yeah.
for some reason, like a lot of NY teams, people default to Claude, not us. We go to the carry.
Oh yeah. We like the spitting light wheels. We hate tanks. Here in Malaysia, it's like, yeah, tanks, boo. Ooh, Carmilla. Oh, that's a good pickup. That's a good pickup. That's gonna be so annoying. The Curse of Blood with the Rhapsody. Honestly, even the Ogi Shadow Kill, like just bouncing even more. Like, there's so much damage potential from Team Flash here. I feel like their average KDA is gonna jump up quite a bit.
That is under the assumption that they are gonna constantly keep getting these pickoffs. But either way, like both teams have late game scaling, of course, carry on one side, Granger on the other. But I don't think I've seen this matchup before. I'm curious on how it's gonna work out.
Which matchup? Lucas against Hylos?
No, carry Granger.
Oh. I would imagine it's very Granger centric. Like the carry just tries to survive because you have to put like the you have to think about the Hayabusa as well. The Hayabusa is able to gank as well. So this is gonna be a very difficult lane for carry for sure.
Let's hop into game one. We got Homeboys on the blue side, Team Flash KH. On red side, both junglers parallel jungling. Orange buff for the Hayabusa. And we also have the Alpha starting on the purple buff. There's a lot of highlights. It's going to be on Soul against Donut because he didn't play against TLID. It was Alonzo, but right now we're going to see Donut in action. One of the few veterans on the side of Team Flash KH.
Yeah, right now Izanami doing a lot of work on to Cray. Looks like Homeboys, they're freezing the mid lane, just trying to slow things down a bit. But again, you're going up against a Hayabusa. The Hayabusa could punish you. But now Escalera gets onto Chima as well as Tai. It looks like he's getting a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's completely controlled.
Yeah.
Not really as durable as he thought he was. He had the quicksand guard, but so early on, 4 people on top of you, it is pretty ambitious to stay around there. Izanami also in dangerous territory.
This is why we say that the Hayabusa has a lot of potential because, oh, hold on, he goes on to Amal as well as Goges. Ogi Shadow Kill, unable to get Amal. Looks like Tai is there waiting, and Escalera wants to try again against Chama. And while I have the chance, the reason why Hayabusa does quite a bit of damage in the early game where you have to be careful is because he's using the Assassin emblem, so a lot of penetration early, as well as the War Cry. He can stack out the War Cry very, very fast, and then just has surprisingly amount of burst damage. So it's just something that you have to be careful of. It's not the strongest early game, but you still have to respect it.
Oh yeah. Let's turtle up on the bottom side. Homeboys on the case very quickly, so Team Flash KH will not even think about any sort of contest. I wonder if Homeboys is gonna consider any sort of invade. Seems like they will play it safe. We're checking it on the gold lane side. Both gold laners are having a almost equally decent time. So I mean, I was expecting Team Flash KH to be a bit more, to be proactive, to kind of mash Homeboy's tempo, but for them, they're just sticking to their own side of the map. They know that they are not in a rush.
Yeah, I feel like they're not in a rush because they're a team, they're opportunistic. Whenever you have a Carmilla, you're waiting for that chance to pop off. And if you're looking at the levels here, T is not even level 4 just yet. So they're probably just waiting on it, you know, playing it very, very patiently because even if they get some kind of advantage, it's not gonna mean so much right now.
Well, Glorious Pathway, Tai comes in, Curse of Blood, only on the soul, so he's just disappeared. Spirit of Alpha, Escalera gets away, Amal now trapped in a rough spot. Gojes does arrive, double pullback by Izanami. Gojes flash steps, flash combos, ATM, soaks it up, not a problem for Team Flash KH as they back off.
Yeah, but that was a very big problem. As we mentioned before, Team Flash, they're opportunistic. Whenever they do have the skills, they will go for it. And then once Tai hits level 4, that's where they really went off. But the fact that Soul was the one that died, that's bad news. Literally anyone, or maybe except Amal, anyone except Amal and Soul died there, it would have been fine. But the fact that the Soul died, we were talking about how his laning is gonna be pretty rough. It's gonna get rougher now.
You're quite in a very weird spot, right? To like joining a fight in such a early manner. So Team Flash KH have pretty good control over the mid-side river. See Gojes. Even on Lucas, you have pretty insane wave clear, honestly, even without your first item. Second turtle is gonna be coming up, homeboys once more on the case, but this time Team Flash KH gonna have the resources to contest.
Yep, Chama having 2 kills, picks up the Sky Piercer, so something that Homeboys has to consider. Again, the damage potential coming in from the Cursed Blood is going to be a lot here. Having that Sky Piercer as well is going to be bad for Homeboys.
Double lift, ATM. Using most of his self-lowers, Pathway gets lifted out of it, pops to rejuvenate. Gojes completely just misses the flash stab as they all blow passive. Good Frigid Glacier into the 2-kill conversion, Cursed Blood 2. The AoE combo from Team Flash KH is just too much for Homeboys to deal with, so easy turtle for Team Flash KH and Sky Piercer for Donut.
Yeah, like, I was talking about the damage potential, and now Soul almost got obliterated by Donut. Dude. People were talking about Carmilla with the crowd control ability, but really, it's all about that damage, man. Like, taking Hayabusa damage 3 times extra than you really should, it's not a fun time. Like, Team Flash KH with 3,000 gold advantage here, they really want to start snowballing this match when they have 2 Sky Piercers on their carries.
Imagine the snowball that this could generate if they keep getting these pickoffs, right? We've seen, like, Homeboys, at the very start when we saw the Alpha and Khalid, I was talking about the Aurora pick for Team Flash because Homeboy just wants to get in their face. Lucas wants to do the same thing, and not to mention carry's attack range isn't really the longest. Essentially walking into a pit of AoE control, Cursed Blood, Frigid Glacier. I personally am struggling to figure out how Homeboys is gonna navigate a full 5-on-5. If you isolate your target and pick them off, sure, but if you try to 5v5 Team Flash, I can't see a scenario where you won't end up eating the abilities.
A 5-man Raging Sandstorm, Husky.
Oh man, do it. No, don't remind me.
That's how you do it. 5-man Raging Sandstorm or 5-man Alpha Charge.
Hey, last time Escalera had a chance for 5-man Raging Sandstorm, he altered a Little Wonder. Okay, so he altered the 6-man.
My mom always says it's the thought that counts.
That's true.
Maybe in this case it doesn't apply. I'm just letting you know that's what my mom always says.
You can start with hitting 1. Right? We baby steps. We talk about progress. He's getting forced away though, so even finding an engage is tough. I know we've seen Renegade do that, but that's Renegade. We get the second turtle though. Homeboy is walking away with another objective.
Right now, here's another one, Harsky. Here's another one. Team Flash KH, their team fight potential is so strong. It's so strong.
Oh yeah.
2 options. What we've seen today is split the map, push the side lanes. That's step number 1. Or the second thing that you can do is bait out the Curse of Blood. Once the Curse of Blood is out of the picture, Team Flash KH is still a problem. But at least it's still fair. It's not an unfair situation.
Laura's pathway to zone out the members of Homeboys. Not gonna get as much as they thought they would. I would look at the split push if it's not a carry, which getting gone on right now, flickers away.
How?
But yeah, I would look at like the side maps is if we're looking at a Moskov, right, for Soul, but on a carry when there's a Hayabusa in the game, it's
But Husky, just now, Jamal 1v1 with Soul and Soul survived. The question is how? And Jamal used the OP Shadow Kill.
Yeah, that must be the flicker, right? It must.
Yeah, it must be.
Did it disperse on the minion wave? I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah. Or maybe he just got lucky. there's that too. But still, right now, Team Flash, honestly, they really slowed things down. Even though they had a very big advantage in mid. They had 3,000 gold, but now it's dropped down to 1,300. Team Flash KH, they're not really pushing it so far. They're just like, we got a good engage, but now let's chill. We don't have to fight. But I don't know if that's the right call.
I guess when you have a Granger, you can always do that. As much as carry also skills, but there are very less heroes that has the whole idea of scaling infinitely, right? And I think even as a Granger, you have slightly longer range, you have a dash to reposition. I feel like them taking their time, it's going to benefit them in the long run regardless. Lord is down to 10k HP. It's a pullback on the ATM. Lord is pathway onto Amao. Bottom the mid turret does get destroyed. Homeboys wants to take the fight. Who's gonna get the Lord? It's gonna be Team Flash KH, but they lost 3 members in the process.
And Amao got a triple kill. And Soul now is just pushing mid. Soul was able to get the turret in mid, and now he wants to do it again. Soul having the Demon Hunter sword. That was very confusing for me because I feel like Team Flash, they could have forced a fight there. They had the advantage. They had the positional advantage, but they just allowed ATM to absorb the damage and not really do anything about it. In fact, Donut was preoccupied with Escalera, where Escalera is just dodging his shots left and right. I kind of feel like Donut should have used his bullets against Amal, against Gorgeous that were contesting for